Good afternoon, everyone. We will now engage in board recognitions. The first is STEM Awards, National Energy, Education Development, Capital Middle School. Will a representative please come forward? All right.
Come on, guys. Come on.
All right, give them a hand. Give them a hand. Okay.
Where? Right here, right here. I just want to say something before we get started.
Coach, if you will, will you please talk in the
Pardon me?
mic? The mic.
Mike.
I was going to bend over.
Okay.
You can actually go to that mic if you want.
Okay. If I seem kind of nervous, I am. This is first opportunity I've had to do presentations. And let me say this, these young ladies from Capital Middle attended a STEM competition in Washington, D.C. And the young lady who won is not present because she's in Houston, Texas, with our 8th grade team. And the baby who won, raise your hand, baby, the baby who won at Tulane. Raise your hand. This baby went to Tulane, and she placed at Tulane. The reason I got so excited about it, because when you read everything about STEM, it always talks about how African Americans are underrepresented in that field, especially females. Well, we've got a group of young ladies here. We've got one in Houston that will change that narrative. They're doing great things at Capital Middle. Miss Johnson is doing really great things over there. And I just wanted to bring them up here and recognize them because everybody knows Capital Middle is kind of where I started. And well, thank you so much. And I've got medals for all the young ladies here. One more on 3, everybody say STEM. 1, 2, 3. STEM!
Congratulations again to Capital Middle School for this wonderful award. The next that we have is the Beta Club National Award for Westdale Middle, and there is an excerpt that Coach Lewis would like for me to share, and it reads as follows. Westdale Middle School Junior Beta Club members won the 2023 National Beta Grand Slam Service Award. Congratulations. National Beta's motto is, "Let us lead by serving others." Westdale Middle School Junior Beta members served over 7,200 service hours during the 2022-2023 school year. You all give them a hand. That's awesome. It's a lot of hours. Westdale scholars have exceeded their commitment to dedicating their lives to service and academics, being one of only 52 clubs to receive this honor in the country. Westdale Middle School's Junior Beta Club members were awarded third place in Louisiana out of 696 clubs for their service contributions to their community and state. The Westdale Beta sponsors also received the John W. Harris Educator of Excellence Award, congratulations, for their contributions to student achievement, community service, and leadership. If you all will give them a hand, and if our Westdale scholars will make their way to the front.
Westdale is a very special school as well.
All right, come on.
We're doing some really great things in District 5. And we're going to highlight those things every time we get an opportunity. And also, I was threatened by y'all's sponsor. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's all in all good fun. So,
We'll pass out.
From the budget? Oh, for the printer. Yeah, I think that.
on three, we all gonna say beta.
You said 1, 2, 3.
Ole, 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 ole. All right. Congratulations to everyone who has received their awards thus far. We're going to keep the ball rolling. Next up, we have Ray J's College of Hair, free cuts to the students. Please come on down, Miss Cozy. Coach, I don't know how you're getting all the awards tonight, but District 5 is on fire. Go ahead, Coach.
I went by Ray J's and got a fresh haircut today. No. Ray J's Hair of College provides haircuts across the city for young men. There's an old song some of y'all may be familiar with by ZZ Top. Say every girl's like a sharp dressed man. Every girl likes a sharp haircut as well. And that's what Ray J has been doing. And Ms. Cozy, we want to thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ray J's College of Hair. Thank you again. Since we talk about ZZ Hill, Coach, I'm a down-hole blues man myself.
ZZ Top.
ZZ Top, I'm sorry. Living before my time, y'all. Okay, moving right along. Fine Arts Teacher of the Year, Jeffrey Harris Jr. Come on down, Mr. Joffrion. Mr. Gode will be presenting tonight.
Good afternoon, Board. I would like at this time, with immense pleasure and pride, we would like to acknowledge Mr. Joffrey Harris for being named Art Schools Network's National Teacher of the Year 2023 for his work at McKinley Middle Magnet. Art Schools Network is an organization that serves a diverse range of institutions, including elementary, middle, and high schools, as well as colleges and universities that focus on arts education. Art Schools Network aim is to promote excellence in arts education by fostering collaboration among schools, supporting professional development for educators, and advocating for the arts at local, state, and national levels. Mr. Harris has demonstrated exceptional commitment, passion, and innovation in arts education. His tireless efforts have enriched our students' lives and significantly contributed to the overall success and reputation of our arts programming. This award is a testament to Mr. Harris's unwavering dedication to fostering creativity, nurturing talent, and instilling a love for the arts in our students. His ability to inspire and empower others within and beyond the classroom has set a benchmark for excellence that we are proud to uphold in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to you the national winning Art Schools Network Teacher of the Year 2023, Mr. Joffrey Harris.
Mr. Harris, thank you for all that you do for the kids. Art, I'm a STEM guy. We had the STEM presentations earlier, but I really appreciate what all you people can do that I can't do. So it's always amazing to me, all the different things I see that you bring out in these students and the creativity that you get them to be able to reach inside themselves and touch is amazing. So thank you very much.
Thank you again. Mr. Harris, I'm gonna need you to stay out of my closet, man. You're looking too clean, you're looking too sharp, you're looking too sharp. Too sharp. All right, and last but certainly not least, Volunteers in Public Schools Partner in Education, Mitchells and Company, staff member Mr. Justin Lewis, please come down. Ms. Shoshone Stewart will be presenting on behalf of our board.
Thank you. So again, I'm excited to be here. Every time I come here, I say that because I truly am. Of course, I'm Justin Lewis, and with Volunteers in Public Schools. And we have this semester so many of our individual dedicated volunteers that are working across the district to help our students that are underperforming in reading and in math, helping them develop those foundational skills. In addition to our individual volunteers, we do have our partners that are making an impact as well. These partners are businesses, organizations, different groups, faith-based institutions that are utilizing their time, talent, and resources to address a need at our school. Tonight, I'm excited to highlight one of our partners, Mitchells and Company, who are providing free haircuts for our young men across the district. But in addition to that, they're creating and fostering a space to help our young men express themselves. Oftentimes, as a young black male, they have issues communicating with one another, and also they don't have a safe space to express themselves and find their voice. So Mitchell and Company is doing that. They're creating that unique experience inside of our schools to give them that safe space. Because like Coach Lewis says, the haircuts, of course I don't get too many now, but it's a unique experience for men to share, to learn, and we're bringing that inside of our schools to give these young men our opportunity. In addition to that, they're also providing healthy snack and food options for some alternative things that they can do, and also expressing and helping them understand how food affects us, not physically, but also emotionally and mentally as well. So I'm honored to have tonight Ms. Stacy Mitchell here to say a few words about the partnership.
Thank you. Good evening. I think it's important, how they look on the outside, but it's also important to deal with the inside, to let them know, how their body reacts when they have certain feelings, and it's okay to have those feelings. So we've been in business about 25 years, and this was a great way to partner and to give back to our community. Thank you.
On the school board and the district, say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the partnership.
Okay, sorry.
I'm gonna get a picture.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you all. As you always know, we appreciate all of our community partners collaborating with our school system to make it more successful on behalf of our employees, but most importantly, on behalf of our students. That is going to conclude all of our awards at this time. We are going to go into a brief recess until 5 p.m. where we will come back and we will start the meeting. However, we have a very special surprise for you tonight. We have a quartet. We have Superintendent Narcisse, Coach Lewis, Mr. Brickhouse, and April, who are going to sing a very special song. I'm kidding. We're going to recess to 5. It is showtime, folks. Live from the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board on this Thursday, November 16, 2023 at 5 p.m. I now call this meeting to order. First order of business on our agenda tonight is the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be led by School Board member Shoshone Stewart, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cadet Captain Taylor Carr of Woodlawn High School, accompanied by senior Army instructor, Colonel retired Eric B. Keys. You have the floor.
And bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in a meaningful discussion and allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of this community and for those children who we support on the daily. In all these blessings we ask, amen.
Amen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colonel Eric Keys, the Senior Army Instructor for Woodlawn Army JROTC. I have the pleasure of introducing Cadet Captain Taylor Carr. Cadet Captain Carr has a 4.2 grade point average. She's a member of the National Honor Society and is a Woodlawn High School Magnet Program Ambassador. Taylor is a JROTC Color Guard member and a drill team member, and she's also a cadet company commander. She has worked numerous service learning events to include Special Olympics, Junior Achievement, and Woodlawn Blood Drives. Just this past Monday, Cadet Carr earned honors as the top leadership, education, and training level 3 cadet in the East Baton Rouge Parish in the East Baton Rouge Parish Cadet of the Year competition. Taylor's post-high school plans are to attend Southern University and major in criminal justice. Ladies and gentlemen, Cadet Captain Carr.
Thank you. May you all please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You don't get to sit down so easy. On behalf of the board and the superintendent, we'd like to present you with this medal, particularly for all of the good works that you have been doing and all of the grades and things that you have made. It's people like you who make this job worthwhile. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Take a picture.
Thank you again. And please keep up the amazing work, Miss Carr. Moving right along, we're going to go into our call to order and roll call. Madam Secretary.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ. District 7, Mr. Goday.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Chatelain. District 9, Mr. Martin. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along. First item up for business for us to vote on is going to be item B1 minutes, meeting minutes. Approval of the school board minutes of the October 19, 2023 regular board meeting and the October 5th, 2023 and November 2nd, 2023 committee of the whole meetings as published in the official journal. Can I get a motion? Moved by Ms. Stewart. Seconded by Vice President Powell Lewis. Okay, at this time now, do we have any comments from our board? Seeing none at this time, we will now go to the general public. If there's anyone that would like to speak on any items tonight, please make sure that you grab a pink card inside of the atrium, bring it to Madam Secretary. She'd be sure to get it to me, and I will call on you when we get to the item. Seeing no public comment at this time on this item, we will keep moving right along back to our board. Okay, seeing no names in the queue, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along. Next items to discuss is going to be item C, information only. Is there a monthly financial report that you'd like to present tonight? Okay, we have Ms. Kelly Lopez coming right down. This is our Chief of Finance for our East Baton Rouge Parish School System.
So good evening, board members and Dr. DeCease. This evening, I'll be presenting the financials through October of 2023, which is inclusive of July through October. The LDOE has reviewed the total MFP student enrollment, which is 38,902. This is all students not inclusive of our pre-K children. The school types and percentages are included for your review. The total general fund staff by function is also included. As expected, our teachers are our largest group of employees. Above, you will note the major sources of revenue for the general fund. Currently, the district has collected approximately 19% of proposed revenue. This is very typical for this time of year. As you know, our sales taxes are 45 days in arrears and we will not finish collecting until August of 2024. 85% of our property taxes will not arrive until January 15th. So the district is still continuing to wait for some of our major funding sources. MFP will begin to adjust in November as LDOE has closed their SIS and the final numbers have been calculated. The funding does not come until the 25th of the month. The district is paid on the February 2023 MFP count until October 1st has been verified by LDOE. Above are the general fund expenditures through October of 2023. As expected, your salaries, benefits, and charter schools are your largest expenditures, and it will remain that way through the majority of the year. Currently, the district is at 30% of total expenditures. Our expected amount is approximately 33% at this time of the year, so we're in line with our expectations. Please note that this also includes the stipend that was paid on October 5th as directed by the board. Above, you will note the major sources of revenue from our special revenue funds of the district. Currently, we have collected approximately 23% of the proposed revenue. Again, sales tax is 45 days in arrears, and which makes up 100% of Propositions 1, 2, and 3. The other sources are grant funds. The district must purchase, receive, and submit for reimbursement from the funding source in order to receive these funds. So throughout the year, this amount will continue to grow. Above are the special revenue fund expenditures for the first quarter. As expected, salaries and benefits, again, are your largest expenditures. Currently, the district is at an average of 31% of total expenditures. The expectation is 33%. This slide shows the total percentage based upon the proposed 23-24 budget. The district is in line with where it should be at this time. You will notice there is a significant increase in your Proposition 2 and 3. This is inclusive of the stipend that was paid on October 5th, so that was completely expected. Any questions?
Okay, any questions from our board at this time? Seeing no names inside of the queue, thank you, Ms. Lopez. Please keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir.
Moving right along, information only, personnel changes. The floor is open. Ms. Hall, if you have any personnel, nope, not calling you up. I'm just saying if you have any personnel changes, please let us know. Okay, seeing none at this time, we'll keep it moving right along. Next, we have receive its information update from the superintendent. Dr. Cito Narcisse, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Lannis. Super excited. We're going into Thanksgiving. As you know, the holidays is always a great thing, and the kids are usually ready to go on vacation. So we are going to be holding tight to make sure they get through school every day, because we do have school until break. But we have been working really hard to do what we call listen and learn tours across the district to hear more from our community. This week we did Jefferson Terrace and Scotlandville High School. Appreciate the board members that were there. I know at Scotlandville, Vice President Powell was there, as well as the we met with the Alumni Association. But the reason and the purpose of us doing this is not only, we always say that we believe folks who are closer to the problem can help us work and strategize on fixing issues faster than folks further from the problem. And so we are really excited as we partner in our communities that we're able to get, not only hear the voices, but also to make sure that we are getting suggestions. And we've gotten a lot of great suggestions on how to continue to help support and do the work in our school district. So we're really excited about that. As many of you know, we have been working. Yesterday, we did a press conference to talk about the growth of the school district. We're really excited to share that the Louisiana Department of Education released the school performance scores this week, and they show some remarkable progress with our students achieving a 2.6% overall growth across all measured indicators in their scores. And we want to share a brief presentation that explains this great accomplishment. So I'm going to pass it over on video to our Chief of Accountability, Andrew Okoski. She could not be here, but our Chief Academic Officer and Chief Literacy, Ms. Shanoa Warren, will talk through, and will also give a brief presentation with her right-hand person, Eric. Come on up.
Lannis and Vice President Carla Powell and other board members, we are happy to be standing in proxy of Chief Andrea Okoski and Eric and I. So I think we have a voiceover, so you can listen to her soothing voice explain the accountability results.
Good evening. On November 13th, 2023, the Louisiana Department of Education released school and district performance scores. Tonight, we'll take a look at this data and what it means for our district. First, we'll start by looking at why accountability is important. The purpose of Louisiana's accountability system is to inform and focus stakeholders through clear expectations for student outcomes and to provide objective information about school quality to our community. In EBR, we take this mission seriously. We're committed to our 6 keys of our strategic plan that support us in this endeavor. The data released by the Louisiana Department of Education this week validates the work in these key areas. So how has the district performed over time? Data released by the Louisiana Department of Education signifies that the district performance score has increased by 2.6 points in the most recent cycle. The district has earned a 69.1 C, while the Louisiana Department of Education average for all districts is 78.5 B. It's important to note that the statewide average change was a rate of 1.4 points in the last cycle. As a point of reference, scores are based on a 150-point scale, with 150 points being the highest possible A. It's also important to notice at this point that the scale will be changing through the course of the next 2 years. Next year at this time, when we look at this data, we will see a 5-point increase in the rigor and scale of each letter grade from A, B, C, and D. District and school performance scores are broken down into key index areas aligned to the goals of our strategic plan. Each major index area demonstrates stable one-year growth in Louisiana's most recent data release. The chart to your right shows the one-year change rate in each of the major indices measured by the department. The green shade shows areas where the district outpaced statewide performance gains of its peers. It's important to note that for some indices, they are shared at both the K-8 level and the high school level. So for instance, if a school like Northeast High School covers multiple grade configurations, it will have both a K-8 Assessment and Progress Index as well as a High School Assessment and Progress Index. Let's take a look at some of these where the district showed notable advancement over the last year. As all assessment indices increased over the past year. High School Assessment increased by 1.7, as did the district average. K-8 assessment was slightly lower at a 1-point gain. Progress was tremendous in the last year. K-8 progress averaged at 6.6-point gain, while high school progress was 3.8 gain. Overall, the district's progress averaged to 6 points. DCAI means Dropout Credit Accumulation Index. This tells us whether or not our ninth graders are on track to succeed. The district saw tremendous gains here. This earned the district a letter grade of an A with a 9.3-point increase. Interest and Opportunities showcases our diverse portfolio offerings across the district. It's where schools and school systems are awarded for key areas such as foreign language, the arts, STEM, robotics, and other programmatic offerings. As you can see, there's a 9.2 increase in this area. Our high school metrics also saw gains. ACT index increased by 4 points. Strength of diploma increased by 3.4 points. Our graduation index increased by 1.1 point, and the grade rate overall showed a 1.2 increase. So we know that oftentimes that these acronyms, these data sets, these metrics, these letter grades, these scale scores can be confusing to our public and our community. So as staff, we reflected on this key question. What does this data tell us about our progress towards our 6 keys and our other academic goals? And here are our answers. The first thing that it tells us is that we are narrowing the achievement gap. We're seeing growth towards increased core content mastery. And where do we look for that? When we look back at those assessment and progress indices, we see that they've all increased. Contributing factors to this are our work in these key areas. Job-embedded, content-focused instructional coaches. Our literacy blueprint that provides a framework for our early education grades. Our comprehensive assessment program. Our systemic online platforms for intervention, such as Dreambox, Achieve 3000, and other supplemental student support. These all areas show outstanding gains in teaching and learning across the classrooms in our district. The second key area that we're looking at is our diverse portfolio of academic programs and course offerings. As mentioned on the previous slide, DCAI and interest and opportunity indices have increased. This documents higher numbers of on-track ninth graders, exposure to quality academic programming, and expanded course offerings. Our diversified portfolio of schools and ongoing collaborative work with various district partners are evidenced in this work. Last but certainly not least are our expanded resources for college and career readiness. All high school indices showed gains. Graduation rate and strength of diploma indices have increased. The district has expanded its opportunities and access for students to gain college credit while still in high school. Last week's advanced placement results indicating that the district led several statewide categories for advanced placement. Our dual enrollment seat counts and industry-based credential numbers show these opportunities across our system. So how do we know that our schools are improving? And what is the letter grade distribution for our schools? There were 81 sites in the most recent SPS release. On the screen before you, you see the breakdown by letter grade. Over time, over the last year cycle, the district has increased the number of A, B, and C sites from the previous data cycle. Currently, we have 11 schools earning the letter grade of an A, 7 in the B category, 26 were labeled as C's, 22 fell under the D category, and 15 received a score of an F. Louisiana provides letter grades and not only the overall score, but also progress. What does progress really mean? Progress tracks how students are growing and whether or not they are on track for standards mastery by the time they exit the system. 93% of district sites earned an A, B, or C in progress. 72 earned an A or a B. Before you on this slide, you see the numerical counts at each letter grade, and you see the overall grade level distribution for progress letter grades. There are many celebrations in the data that we received this week. As staff, we outlined a few key areas that we wanted to share with you that are top of mind. The district demonstrated growth in each major area measured by the LDOE's performance scores while earning statewide award labels in multiple categories. Nearly 2/3, 63%, 51 of 81 sites of district schools improved their numerical school performance as compared to the previous year. Louisiana Department of Education awards key areas of achievement. One of them is the Top Gains Award. Over 1/3, 30 sites earned Top Gains honors through an earned progress score equivalent to an A without any intervention labels aside. EBR leads the state as tied for first place with the most school sites with this award. The Opportunity Honoree Award, formerly known as the Equity Award. 14% or 11 sites have been recognized as Opportunity Honorees for top 10% performance among students with disabilities, English learners, or economically disadvantaged. EBR is a top 5 district for this honor. So as we conclude tonight, it's important to note, how will we continue to monitor and measure school progress? Our 6 keys to success will guide our work in this area. Our strategic plan provides the 4 cornerstones and is rooted through our online scorecard that is updated monthly so that our stakeholders can see real-time data as how we are reaching our goals. Furthermore, we will continue our work and the Bright Futures Pathway and our Literacy Blueprint, amongst other strategic initiatives. As we continue this work, we keep in mind that we are in a continuous improvement process, and we look forward to the next cycle of accountability scores as we know our district and our schools will continue to show gains. Before we conclude tonight, we want to congratulate and celebrate the work of all of our staff, our students, and their families. Teaching and learning over the past year was evident in this data, and we are proud of their work, and we look forward to the things ahead. Thank you for looking at this data with us tonight, and we look forward to continued conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Okowski, for the voiceover. So, if you don't mind.
Yes. Now we will move on to early childhood, the accountability rating system. I think we have a continued PowerPoint for that as well. So the early childhood accountability rating is measured on a 7-point scale. We have an excellent category, high proficient, a proficient, approaching proficient, and unsatisfactory. Our EBR early childhood rating is a 5.45 high proficient. What does that mean? That means that we are the largest early childhood network in the state of Louisiana, with the number of students that we provide service to, as well as sites. So we not only are the largest, but we outperform the other 4 large districts, Orleans, Caddo, Calcasieu, and Jefferson. So I would like to give ourselves a hand clap. If you think about that, you think about also the number 1 district in our state, which is Zachary. Zachary has 11 sites. We have how many? 169. They are a high proficient of a 5.49. West Baton Rouge has 9 sites. They are 9 sites, and they are a high proficient of a 5.68. Central has 8 sites, and they have a 5.28, which is a proficient. And Livingston has 34 sites which is a 5.53, and they're still high proficient. So in the scale of things, we out-service them, but we are still right there performing with them. So I would like to give ourselves. I just want to brag now on some of our schools here. So this is the first year we have had about 20 of our excellent sites. And I want to give credit to WHAM. Since the inception of the early childhood rating system back in 2016, WHAM has been an excellent performing site. They are here today, and I would like them to stand up. WHAM teachers. Woo! Jennifer Dobbs, please stand up. She has been here since the inception and scoring high and excellent. So we just want to give her honor. Not only that, they are the second highest scored in the state. She was so proud of it. She walked in, she said, "Ms. Warren, did you see we are the highest, second?" So good things are happening here, and it begins in early childhood, and that's why we invested in early childhood. Not only that, we have our micro center, London Bridge at Westminster. They are the highest scoring in our network. And I don't know if Miss Tara Emery, stand up. Stand up. An excellent site. Not only that, and I'm sorry, I have all of these pieces of paper, but it's just so exciting. When we were the last to get the FPT file, and so we were scrambling and we were jumping and screaming for joy, Dr. Griffin and I, so I'm just proud. So our child care center sites that are excellent, we have 14 of them, and 2 of them are home-based sites. Again, they're London Bridge, Mr. Ronell Smith, KinderCare O'Neill, Early Learning Center at the Family United Methodist Church, Brilliant Beginnings, Mother's Choice, Little Dreamers, Serenity Child Care, Just Us, KinderCare of Floynell, Second Baptist, Kidoscope, Treasures from Heaven, and Linda Robinson, Another Home Care. Now, last but not least, want to give our shout out to our own EBR schools. Again, WHAM, Cedar Crest, Southmore Elementary, Villa Del Rey, Shenandoah, Northeast, and Woodlawn. Those are our excellent scoring. We are so proud of our network. We don't have any of our child care center sites, EBR sites that scored in an unsatisfactory range. So we are just really proud of that. And so we are just, and since the inception of the Early Childhood Network, we have never declined in our rating, never. We've always seen growth, and we credit that to, we pray every day, and I give all thanks to God. So I just want to say that, and we're going to continue to do that. So I'm just really excited. So now end this presentation.
And if I just want to add a couple more recognitions, because we've not only grown in a few places, but there's a lot of other folks that have grown. Cesar Rico, if you could stand. English language learners, as you know, we have a large population. They've grown as well. So I want to credit them and all the folks in there. We've also did grow tremendously where our ESS students. I see Mr. Smith is, Dr. Harris is where Mr. Smith. Let's give the special education a hand. And then I'm going to brag a little bit too, because since we're in the brag mode today, and I have to always play nice with my colleagues at New Orleans, Caddo Parish, and Jefferson, but when you look at, we are usually compared mostly to the other largest districts in the state because of our size. So you heard when Ms. Warren talked about, we have 100-something sites and some districts have 11 sites. That's really two different worlds. And so when you look at our growth rate between ourselves, New Orleans, Caddo Parish, and Jefferson Parish, we had the highest growth out of the big four, 2.6. New Orleans was at 2.3, Caddo was at 2.3, and we won't talk about Jefferson because they went back a little bit. So, but let's give our folks a hand for that. Now, the one thing I will share is that we're making progress, and our strategies of our 6 keys is the right direction. We still have a long way to go because there are areas that we have to continue to improve on. But I also say it's also good to celebrate when we are in a place where we're outpacing the state. Our district has not always been in that place, as you can imagine. So you can see our work with early childhood, 9th grade work, and also our pathways work. All of that work is actually happening, and teachers are working very hard. But we're also trying to make sure that this is not a one-time thing. This is something that's a part of a continuation in our community. That's why we're doing town halls. That's why we're trying to engage more and getting more partnerships at the table to make sure that we can kind of move that work together. So just wanted to say kudos to everyone that worked really well, and we get excited for a day or two, and then now we're back to work because next year we got to be back here doing the same thing in front of the board again. So just wanted to say thank you to our staff for that. I'm going to go into one more space, is to reimagine grants. I'm sure everyone in the audience has heard me preach about the 6 keys and the 6 million times, and tonight's no exception. The first key in early childhood is a critical one, and we have a special presentation to share from our Executive Director of Federal Programs, Dr. Sandra Bethley. Dr. Bethley?
Good evening. So today we will give an update on our recipients of the Reimagine Grant, which is listed on the slide. And at this time, I would like to introduce Ms. Rebecca Armstrong English. She's going to talk to you about the programming, and then I will come back and share the budgets for each school.
All right. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Bethley. So I'm a manager with Empower Schools. We are based, nonprofit based in Boston, but I'm actually here based in Louisiana. I live in New Orleans. So we've been working as a partnership with EBR over the last year and a half under the Reimagine Grant. We are excited because we are providing technical assistance support across 30 school systems in the state of Louisiana, having been chosen by Louisiana Department of Education as winning the competitive state RFA process. As we're working with EBR, we provide technical assistance to the district throughout the duration of the grant. We also manage the overall planning and implementation of the grant with the 3 schools that have received the grant. We're also working to ensure that this district is on track to meet all the grant milestones, and we will continue to facilitate planning meetings with the planning teams and the Reimagine teams, as well as host advisory committee meetings with important stakeholders. Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts, through the Reimagine Grant, they have added a pre-K age 3 class this year. They have transitioned their existing pre-K age 4 class to the Visual and Performing Arts model, and they also added new seats in existing grades to serve more students. The timeline for implementation, planning to implementation for this particular action of expansion with BRCVPA, we began in this school year with the addition of the pre-K age 3 class. We actually opened up 130 new visual and performing arts seats to new students. The school will continue to add 25 seats each school year as they continue to expand and grow with each grade level. This year, seats were added to the kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, and next year they will continue to add seats in 3rd grade. And as we move throughout the school years, we'll add 25 new seats for 4th grade until we get to 5th grade. Flame Expansion did the same thing as BRCVPA with the addition of the pre-K age 3 class, and they also transitioned their pre-K age 4 class to a language exploration model. And they also added new seats for existing grades to serve more students. The timeline for this particular action this school year, with the addition of the pre-K age 3 class and the exploratory language model, the school was able to transition the pre-K age 4 classes to campus and also implement the immersion model within that program. They also added an additional Spanish section to the 1st grade class. They've opened up 100 new foreign language seats this year and will continue to add 25 seats each school year as they continue to expand each grade at each grade level until over the next 5 years they reach 5th grade. Through Reimagine, we're also working with Capitol High. We worked with them over the last year and a half as they prepare to transition back to EBR. Through Reimagine, they've had the opportunity to supply supplemental academic supports for students and also provide additional professional development opportunities for for teachers and staff. We enrolled the first cohort of students in the new Focused Choice Medical Program at Capitol High, as well as purchased materials and supplies such as lab materials, virtual reality materials, and materials such as band equipment and additional materials to enhance the students' experience in their chosen pathways. The timeline for Capitol, we began working with Capitol in November of 2022. We began the phase 1 planning in January of 2023. And again, we worked with the Capitol transition team to ensure that they had a successful transition back to EBR. This school year, we're focusing on the first cohort of students that will be in the Focused Choice Medical Program. And next year, we will continue to enroll a new cohort of students in 2024 and 2025. Next year, we'll begin to assess the program and make any changes as needed. And then we'll continue to work with the school to ensure they implement a successful program. Again, thank you all for allowing me to speak before you tonight. We are excited to continue working with these 3 schools under East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Thank you.
Okay, so the next slide that you see, it's a snapshot of all of the engagement meetings that we've had for Flame and for Baton Rouge Center. As you can see, we conducted staff meetings, we've done board presentations, we've done 2 community forums at each school, and now we have an ongoing process with our committee meetings. The next slide captures the meetings that have been completed at Capitol High, which you can see we have staff meetings, and also we've had several parent and community meetings, including EBR recruitment fair. We also have the partnership meeting with Baton Rouge General, and we've also had the back to school bash. So LDOE has approved our phase 1 for all of our schools. So now we're in phase 2, which is the implementation stage. This grant will end on September 30th, 2024. The next slides that you will see will capture the budgets for each school. The first school is Baton Rouge Center of Visual and Performing Arts. Funding was allocated for salaries and benefits, which includes teachers, instructional paraprofessionals, part-time teachers for tutoring, and stipends for professional development. The grant, this budget also includes professional service contracts, as you can see, for consultants, also other purchase services for field trips for our students, and materials and supplies such as musical instruments and workbooks. The next school is Baton Rouge Flame. The budget consists of the same salaries and benefits. Funding is for classroom teachers and 6 instructional paraprofessionals. These positions are above and beyond the general fund, which is being funded by this grant. We're also paying for professional service contracts, field trips for our students, travel expenses for our teachers and administrators. For materials and supplies, we are paying for a pre-K learning space and additional computers. For Capitol High, money is being spent with salaries and benefits category for a school parent liaison and for a math coach and for part-time teachers. We are also have the professional service contract, travel for the Magnet Conference, and which is very special to this school. You see another category, which is property. Anytime you have property, that means that the item is $5,000 or more, and we're paying items for a medical lab. If you have not been to Capitol, you need to go out. It's just like a hospital facility. So the next update will be April 2024 to the board, and if you have additional concerns and questions about the Reimagine grant, you can also click on the Reimagine participant guide. But at this time, I would like to just take the opportunity. This process has not been a one-person show. It's been a team of people. And we would like to first give thanks to our instructional superintendent, Dr. Narcisse, that had the vision to apply for this grant, and also to our principals that are here today. We have Dr. Moore from Baton Rouge Visual and Performing Arts, and we have Mr. Fontenelle from Capitol High, and is Ms. Morgan here? Ms. Morgan could not make it. Oh. Okay, so that's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bethley. Just want to, again, just recognize and thank the teachers, janitors, everybody who's in the front line. Let's give all them a hand, because this doesn't happen by happenstance. It's the hard work that happens in our system, and we just want to continue to improve and keep building from here. And President Lannis, that is my report.
Thank you. Small point of personal privilege. This has been a tough year for East Baton Rouge Parish school system. From the start all the way up until now, $31 million budget shortfall that we still got through. And in the instance of getting through that budget shortfall, we also gave nearly $23 million in funding for pay increases. On top of that, as soon as we got out of that situation, we ran into a transportation debacle that we are still recovering from, and we're doing a much better job serving our community and our families, and we're still getting better. In this line of work, things happen all the time. And when things happen, systems get beat up. The papers are always going to be there to watch and say all of the flashy things. The news cameras are going to come out and catch all of the flashy things. But what I ask you all to do tonight is look around. You see no cameras. But you see a lot and you hear a lot of great information that's happening inside of our schools. So what I want to do now, I want to start off by thanking every single employee, every single teacher, every single person that works and wakes up every day to serve our students and our ecosystem of our family. Thank every single one of those teachers, every single one of those schools that have went through all of that adversity, but still wake up every single day to do the work, because they realize that's what is the most important thing, is making sure that we serve kids. So when I ask you to give a round of applause, don't give a silent round of applause. Make sure that people can hear you down the street, because we are doing great work and things are going to continue to get better. So please give this school system a round of applause. Thank you all. We love you. Continue to be a part of this family, and we need to continue to grow. This time now, I go to a few of our board comments. Mr. Michael Goday, you are now in the queue.
Yes, thank you. On a very similar vein, you know, one of the things that took a lot of time and discussion on this board, and different people having different opinions, was around all of the ESSER money coming in and how that was going to be used. And I just want to remind folks that the purpose of that ESSER money was to help regain the gap in education that had been lost due to the lockdowns and lockouts and virtual classes and all the kinds of things that went with COVID-19 handling and then recovery. And I just also want to applaud all of those very same people you just named, because in our numbers this year, we have last year we recovered to where we were before COVID hit, if I'm not correct. And so we have done with the work that was supposed to be done with that ESSER money. And not only that, not only have we regained those levels, and again, it's not that we're happy with where they are. We still have a lot of work to do to move it forward, because we need to be bigger, better, and greater. But we have regained where we were. And not only regained it, we regained it last year. We still have another year left under ESSER. And we have set up real foundations for new programs that are capable of being able to be built upon going forward in the future for the continued growth that we always need. So I would like our esteemed president got to it before me, but I would like to give a round of applause for all of the students who worked very hard to get these numbers, all of the faculty and staff that worked very hard to get these numbers, and all of the parents and support groups out there that worked to get these things, because it takes a lot of people to make progress. And we recovered. We have a long way to go, but we also have a foundation to take that trip. So give yourself a hand of applause.
Thank you, School Board Member Gode. Next, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis in the queue.
Thank you, President Lannis. I was about to say that I hadn't heard anybody use the word pandemic all night until Mr. Gode just used it. But for a number of years, when I worked in high school here, at the end of this time of year, we would sit down and unpack all the data. Not just the nice fuzzy stuff, but the real numbers. Mike talked about the pandemic. I'm going to go back a few years further back and talk about the flood of 16. Pandemic was bad, but the flood of 16 displaced people all over this parish. We were picking kids up in Gonzales. In 19, coming off the flood, in 19, we had a DPS of 69.1. Our assessment letter grade was a D. K-8 in high school assessment index in 2019 was 58. In 21, we dropped to a 45.3. In 22, 48.6. In 23, 49.7. We haven't gotten back to where we were in 2019 in terms of our K-8 high school assessment index. Move over to the K-8 assessment. In 2019, we're 58.7. 21, now we all know COVID's not in here because there was no testing in 20. But then you look at 21, 45.6, 22, 49.1, 23, 50.1. Where's the big increase? Increase is good. But we hadn't gotten back to where we were in 2019. You look at the high school index, high school assessments. Now, when we talk about assessments, we're talking about high stakes testing. We're talking about LEAP and EOC. And I've said it from this seat before. The state is concerned about EOC, LEAP, and ACT. The rest of the warm, fuzzy, feel-good stuff, they don't care about that. It's nice, it looks good, it feels good, but it's not what they base our growth on. We're here to move students. That's our job. Those teachers I just applauded a few minutes ago, that's their job. They get up every day to go to work to move students. But we've got to invest in them so that they can move students. Great teachers make great students. K-8 index, let me move over. High school index assessment index in 19 was 53.7. 21, it dropped to 44. 22, it went up to 45.6. And 23 is 47.3. Hey, don't get me wrong, growth is good. But let's don't lose sight of how much work we got left to do. I ain't trying to rain on nobody's parade. But we are not growing at a rate that, and let me back up and say this. In 19, we didn't have $130+ million to spend. We spent over $130 million. We didn't have that money to spend in 19, but we grew. Coming out of the flood, we grew. Dropout credit accumulation index, we've grown. We've gone from 127.5 to 136.8. ACT index, we've grown. Strength of diploma, we've grown. Assessments letter grade, we have not. K-8 high school assessment index, 1.7, 1.2. It's not a whole lot of growth. It's progress, but it ain't a whole lot of growth. We just heard a presentation for Reimagine grants. And all those schools are my schools in my district, and I love it. But what about Claiborne Elementary? What about Winborn Elementary? What about Capital Elementary? What about the schools that could really use a shot in the arm? What about those schools? When I ran for this seat twice, I was lucky enough to win the second time. I ran on a platform of equitable resources. If we don't start spreading the wealth, there won't be much to celebrate. The inequities in this district are not, the inequities in this district are bad. You've got high schools that grew 1.1 point. See, and I'm sorry, but the guy I used to work for about 10 years, he made us sit down and go through this. And we had to unpack it because we had to understand how it played into moving the students, moving the school, and what it took to do that. And you know what we did? Now I know it's a snapshot. We went from an F to a B in 2.5 years. It can be done if the resources and the inequities in school buildings are addressed. '22, '23 looks good. Pivot back to 19 and then come back and really see just how far we've got to go. And ESSA is running out. The gravy train is leaving the station. What we gonna do then? Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Lewis. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis.
Thank you so much, President Lannis, and then also School Board Member Lewis. Thank you so much for sharing your sentiments. I too am excited about the growth that we are receiving within our district, but I did also feel that pinch that Mr. Lewis shared. As he mentioned, of course, his district is one of the main ones that's growing. And then I'm the one that represents Claiborne Elementary and Winburn Elementary, and even looking at Progress Elementary and Ryan Elementary. And these are schools, especially the ones that I grew up closest to, which would be Ryan Elementary and Progress Elementary, that in the past have really set the standard for the North Baton Rouge area. But I'm watching that their scores are going in the opposite direction. And so my question is, what can we do to support that? And just as Coach Lewis mentioned, I know that this year for 2023, we had a retreat, a board retreat in January, and then we've met as a group for a workshop a little bit earlier this fall. But I hope that next year as we start the next year off and we begin the planning process and we engage, and I believe, I hope that we have annual retreats. I don't know if that's the normal plan because I'm too brand new to this work to know whether or not it's a routine. But I hope that we can start off with our upcoming retreat and our planning to be able to look at Coach Lewis, to be able to look at data and understand what it means to break down, number one, whatever standards and expectations that we have for our board, as well as to break down the data and be able to understand it and disaggregate it according to the districts that we live in, and then talk about how we can work together to meet the needs of not only certain parts of our district, but every area of our district. And so I am thankful for all of the statements that were made, not only the statements of celebration, but then also the statements in regards to the work that still needs to be done. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. At this time now, that will conclude our superintendent's update. We'll now go to reports from board appointees and committees and agencies. Are there any reports from any board members? All right, I see a name in the queue. School Board Member Michael Gode, you are up.
Thank you, President Lannis. Just a quick review from the junior achievement side of things. So far to date, the junior achievement groups have given financial literacy and work readiness programs to over 9,500 K through 12 students in EBR. And the schedule has them for over 25,000 financial and literacy readiness programs for students before the year is over. All of these programs are run by volunteers who are trained by Junior Achievement and work with Junior Achievement. And so I just wanted to pass out there that any business or any people who would like to volunteer to go into the schools for a few hours and teach a financial literacy or readiness workshop would be greatly appreciated. And you can go to batonrouge.ja.org if you would like to volunteer. We really need all of your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis.
Yes, I actually entered the queue with a point of personal privilege, but I will also respond by saying, Mr. Gode, thank you for sharing that. I know that there are different schools within our district that actually enjoy the services, especially in the high schools, in regards to personal finance that Junior Achievement offers. And so, yes, we often talk about how our kids need to know how to, number one, count money and maintain a personal budget. And Junior Achievement has really mastered that within our community. And so it would be great if we could have more and more people willing to volunteer with them as well. So thank you for sharing that. The other is, I know that we are short quite a few of our board members today, and Mr. President, I just simply wanted to share that, of course, Mr. Martin and Ms. Chatelaine mentioned that they were not going to be here tonight, but then also we do want to keep Mr. Russ in our prayers as well. He just gave us a call shortly before our meeting to say that he had a family emergency. So I just kind of wanted to share that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, feel the same sentiment. Please keep School Board Member Nathan Russ in your prayers and anyone inside of our community who may be going through something similar. This is a time of year where family is the most important, especially around the holidays. So keeping in line with our agenda, we'll go next to our next agenda item, which will be item F, unfinished business. Number 1, professional service contract. Consideration of a request to forego the RFQ and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute a contract with the Council of Great City Schools to provide a budget consulting services. Can I get a motion? Yes, ma'am. You go right ahead.
Okay, if we could, of course, Mr. Martin is not here today, who was the original individual who wrote this particular agenda item, and he is requesting that we defer this item until the December agenda in hopes of getting more information to vet the item.
Yes, ma'am. So we have a motion on the table to move to December 7th or the regular board meeting?
I believe he said that. Oh, yeah, I believe you said the December 7th. So was that what you were saying as well, the cow?
Okay, just asking for clarity. So we have a motion on the table to move this item to the December 2024 cow. Can I get a second? Seconded by School Board Member Cliff Lewis. Okay, this time now we'll come to our board for public comment. Coach, you were in the queue?
I got a question.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
To Mr. Shamlin. The language, it says consideration of a request to forego the RFQ. Is there somewhere in policy where we can forego that? There is? If it's less, is that correct, less than 250,000?
Yeah, so district policy generally requires the board for all professional services contracts exceeding the amount of $10,000 to consider an RFP. It does not require it. That's policy, not state law. So the board can vote to essentially set aside their policy and select or choose a vendor in lieu of an RFP. So it's okay for the board to make that vote as well, to answer your question.
Okay. So will we be setting a precedence? How often do we do that?
I don't have a tally, but it's happened, the board, a number of times. I mean, there's no set trend one way or the other.
Okay,
it just depends on the pleasure of the board.
All right, so we'll revisit it on the 7th anyway.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Coach. That's all for you? Okay, seeing no other names inside of the queue, we'll now go to public comment. 1 second. Ms. Storm Matthews.
I'm short, but okay. I do like the fact that this is being pushed out, because one of the reasons that it was sent without recommendation is that there was no information on what the substitute motion was, which is the Great City Schools. And guess what? 2 weeks later, there is still no information for the public. So y'all might have it. We ain't got it. It wasn't on board docs yesterday. So, I mean, we need enough time to be able to look at it as well. So I'd like enough time to be able to look at it. So I support it being moved on. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for that. But it is on board docs. So for anybody who has not seen the document or needs to see the documentation, or backup documentation rather, if you go to board docs, you can find it there under East Baton Rouge Parish School Systems, or EBR schools. Okay? Seeing no other public comment cards at this time, we will now go to Madam Secretary. But before we go, again, for clarity, we are moving this item without recommendation to the December Committee of the Whole. Okay? That's what we're voting on. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Mr. Lannis, to confirm, it was Ms. Powell Lewis and Mr. Lewis?
Yes, that is correct.
Please vote.
You see how he does you? He turned on you. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along to item F2, RFP purchase of printer. Consideration of a request to accept the recommendation from the RFP committee and authorize the superintendent and staff to negotiate and execute a contract with Screen and related matters. Strategic alignment, operational excellence, student achievement, and exemplary customer service funding source general fund. Can I get a motion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to defer this item to a date uncertain. We have a second by Ms. Shoshone Stewart. 1 second. Okay, at this time, see if we have any names in the queue. Mr. Goday, you are now in the queue.
Yes, I would like to speak about this for a second. First of all, I want to applaud the staff of the district and things for looking at ways to save money and how to go about doing that. We need more of those things coming forward. But my concern here is that at this time where we are facing financial issues, we are very conscious of our fund balance and things like that. This is a $5 million expenditure. And it's a big number, and it's going to take a lot of stuff coming out. I recognize there are good savings behind it, but also the savings are captured over like a 10 or 15-year period. Don't know how things are going to change. There's other issues I'd like to see us look into. For instance, I don't know the term of our licenses, but we have licenses coming here which allow us to print. But when that license is up, will the next license also allow us to print? And all of these things. And more importantly, is there a way that we can be creative and get most of the savings for less of a cost? What I'm afraid, not afraid is not the right word. What I don't know is if when we went out to the RFP, went out and said, okay, these are the specifications you have to hit, which cover everything. And that came to $5 million. Could we have a specifications that would have covered 60%? Or 70%, but only cost us $1 million, but we get $4 or $5 million in savings, $4 million in savings. So we also didn't investigate anything around leasing the equipment instead of buying it. And from what I understand is there's no legal restriction from us leasing it as long as we write the lease correctly. I got that from our general counsel and others. So I would just like to kick this item back to the group and let them give some more thought and bring us a couple of options as opposed to just a $5 million tag. It might end up being the best thing we can do. I'm just not in a position right now to be able to say, I know this is the right thing for us to do. And so for that, if it was $100,000, yeah, I wouldn't have a problem. But for $5 million, I think we need a little more work in fleshing out our options about how we can go about doing this. But again, I don't want any of this to be a wet blanket for the people who have worked on it, because I really appreciate the fact that they took the initiative to go out and find these sorts of things and see about where we can save money. But I would just like to get it fleshed out a little bit more and bring us several options around leasing, around a smaller scope where the savings might be a little less, but the outlay would be a lot less, and some of those kinds of things. So we can kind of have do you want A, B, C, or D, and we can have one to pick as opposed to just a $5 million bill where at this time where money's getting tight. Thank you.
Thank you, School Board Member Michael Gode. At this time now, we will go to our public. Let's see. Okay, this time now we have no public comment cards for item F2, so Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote.
And while they take it to vote, I just want to reiterate, we want you to keep working on this project. We want to see something come back to us. Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, moving right along. Next item on the agenda is Cooperative Endeavor Agreement, YWCA. This is a consideration of a request for the approval of a cooperative endeavor agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the YWCA of Greater Baton Rouge in the amount of $1,500,000 to provide services for students. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement / Funding, ESSER 3. Can I get a motion? Moved by Madam Vice President.
Yes, and also, I guess, can we, entertain a substitute motion to defer this item until December 7th?
There's no motion on the table, so you can make the motion.
Okay, so that's what I want to be my motion.
Yes,
you all,
ma'am.
I'm hardly ever on this side of the conversation.
Right.
So we'll take this as my learning curve.
Fall in.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Falling in line. All right, so once again, my motion is to defer this item until December 7th, considering that we have a limited number of board members that are here tonight, and then there is additional information that needs to be vetted in regards to this item. We do have Miss Payton with us, but I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Lanus.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor to move this item to the December 7th Committee of the Whole. We need a second. Seconded by Ms. Shoshone Stewart, 1 second. Okay. Thank you. At this time now, Ms. Payton, if there's anything you would like to say. And Ms. Diane Payton is the Executive Director and CEO of the amazing YWCA, who do so much incredible work across our community. So you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, board members. I just wanted to take a moment to say, number one, thank you for your consideration of the CEA that has been presented before you. We spent time meeting with board members who had some specific questions and wanted additional information. I want you to know that we heard every question, every heartfelt concern, and we want to spend a little more time to bring forward some budget information and more details that you need regarding the budget and support letters and the actual partners that we have as a part of this project. So do know that we are here. We're an open book when it comes to these dollars. Any questions you have, we're here to answer it. And we're happy for those board members that found the time to meet with us. If you have any concerns, let us know outside of the budget and whatnot. But we thank those that we met with. We heard you. We're going to respond, and we look forward December 7th to having the information that you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payton. All right, at this time now, we will come to our board for public comment. So for board comments. Seeing no names inside of the queue, we will go to the public. I see a comment card from Ms. Storm Matthews.
First of all, I love the Y and the programs and everything that they do with the community. One of my other hats that I wear is I'm the community programmer, education programmer with CEO Mind Foundation. They have been a constant resource for those in need. First of all, in the backup documentation, I love the boundaries that are set. Each mentor having no more than 4 students so that they can actually be effective. I wish if those kind of boundaries were set for teachers. Job placement for students and parents, mental health tutoring, a go-between for the parent and student, behavior interventionist, education opportunities for parents, record expungement, high-set testing. For those of you that don't know, that's like a GED. This is wraparound supports and community school model. This is a high price tag, and it's only a one-time thing, but this is a huge yes and a fresh start for 2,000 kids. This is an amazing thing for these kids. And I would really hope that you all will think over till December 7th. December 8th is my birthday, Sagittarius all the way, right before yours. But I really would hope that as y'all are thinking about this, think about the changes, the fresh start that these kids would have, what we could actually do when you give 2 generations a chance to make a difference. We might not have been able to educate their parents, but get them a job, get the child a fresh start. And then I urge Miss Navarro, who sends us a million emails on grants, she is our grant superstar. I urge somebody in her office to find a grant, find some way for the funding to do it next year. So hopefully, I hope she don't shoot me for that, but I really hope that we find a way to do it. And the schools that this is going to be working with, the vast majority of them are also understaffed. Glen Oaks High School has 6 positions not staffed. Estruma has 5 positions not staffed. Tara has 4 positions not staffed, most of these being core subjects. So I really do hope that y'all will spend time asking whatever questions you have. I'm available too if you want to know what other things that the Y also does within the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time now, seeing other comment cards on this item, we will come back to our board. School Member Cliff Lewis, you are in the queue.
I think we could pay some $1.5 million. We could pay enough teachers to fill those positions. I mean, just thinking out loud.
Thank you, Coach. And I'll just enter the queue real quick. I just want to also, echo a lot of what Ms. Storm Matthews said, but also I wanted to let the general public know that this item is also budget neutral, meaning it does not come out of our fund balance. or our savings account, and it does not affect our general fund because the dollars are coming out of ESSER, the one-time money. So this is not something that's reoccurring, it's one-time dollars, and the focus alone just makes sense for our district because these are students who have long been forgotten about, and those are the ones who you see on TV every single day that are not in the most positive light. In fact, one of the things that we have to hear tonight is going to be a case, and I hope that you all are here to see the types of issues that we're dealing with that teachers just don't have the reinforcements to deal with on an everyday basis. But thank you all. I'll stop right there. Seeing no other names in the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item up is item G, consent agenda. Mr. Gode will be reading into tonight's order. Take it away, Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you, President Lannis. Consent vote. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests. In which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. 2, Oversight Committee. Consideration of request for approval of the semi-annual financial tax plan update and the 2022-2023 preliminary actual results for propositions 1, 2, and 3. Strategic alignment, operational excellence. 3, test security policy. Consideration of a request for the approval of the 2023-2024 East Baton Rouge Parish School Systems test security policy. 4, McKinley High Tax Plan Project. Consideration of a request to authorize the superintendent and staff to A, issue a request for qualifications for both architectural design consulting and construction manager at risk services for McKinley High School, and B, upon completion of the RFQ process, authorize the superintendent and selection committee to select an architectural design consulting firm, and C, upon completion of the RFQ process, authorize the superintendent and selection committee to select a construction manager at risk, and prior to final design criteria, provide a C, construction manager at risk presentation to the board. Upon completion of pre-construction services by the selected construction manager at risk, to further authorize the program manager to negotiate a final guaranteed maximum price with the construction manager at risk within the project's budget, and E, award the contract to the selected construction manager at risk for completion at the negotiated guaranteed maximum price, or should an acceptable guaranteed maximum price not be reached, bid the project in accordance with Louisiana Public Bid Law. Funding source tax plan. 5, professional services contract, Everyday Labs Incorporated. Consideration request to A, accept the LDOE ESSER 3 incentive allocation of $982,804. B, approve a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Everyday Labs Incorporated in the amount of $369,000 to support student attendance through its evidence-based approach to absence intervention. C, authorize a district to serve as the fiscal agent to distribute additional ESSER funds to identified school districts. 6, contract, Center for High School Excellence. Consideration of request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Center for High School Success in the amount of $242,309 to provide training, support, and resources. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Number 7, RFP redistricting. Consideration of a request for the authorization of the superintendent and staff to issue a request for proposals to provide for the development of a board apportionment and redistricting plan such authority conditioned upon the dismissal of the lawsuit entitled Singleton, Keys, Nyman, and Finley versus East Baton Rouge Parish School, and caption number C719057, Division 30, 19th Judicial District Court, and to provide for related matters. I so move.
Thank you, School Board Member Gode. At this time now, before I call for the second, I'm going to ask if there's any board members that would like to pull any items.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Which item?
I would like to pull item 4.
Okay, 1 second. All right, item 4. Any other items at this time that need to be pulled? I'll give you all a few minutes to look over. A few moments, I'm sorry. Coach, I see you in the queue. I'm sorry, go ahead. Which one?
I want to
You want to do?
pull 5. I just want to have some more discussion about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we have items 4 and 5 that have been pulled from the agenda. Oh, yes, ma'am. Which one? And item 6. Okay, so item 4, 5, and 6. Ms. Stewart, would you like to pull item 7 while we're at it? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Not.
Okay, so at this time now. Yes, sir. So by pulling these items, these are going to be standalone items that we're going to vote on singularly, while we also vote on the consent agenda with all the other items together. So whenever we pull an item, that means it's going to be a standalone item after we pass the consent agenda. Okay? All right, seeing no other items to be pulled at this time, we need a second on the consent. All right, seconded by School Board Member Mark Ballou. Nice to have you back, Mark. Okay, all right, so right now we are voting on the consent agenda minus items 4, 5, and 6. All right, this time now we'll go to our board for comment. Let's see who's in the queue. You all are good, right? Because that's for the pool? Okay. Seeing the names in the queue, we'll now go to our board. Jesus. Okay, seeing no items for the consent agenda itself, we go back to our board. Seeing no names inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Yes, thank you. Okay, at this time now, we will go to item 4, McKinley High Tax Plan Project. This is a consideration of a request to authorize the superintendent and staff to A, issue a request for qualifications or RFQ for both the architectural design consulting and construction management at-risk services for McKinley High School, and B, upon completion of the RFQ process, authorize the superintendent and selection committee to select the architectural design consultant firm, and C, upon completion of the RFQ process, authorize the superintendent and selection committee to select a construction manager at risk, and prior to final design criteria, provide a CMAR presentation to the board. D, upon completion of pre-construction services to be selected by the selected construction management at risk, to further authorize the program manager to negotiate a final guaranteed maximum price GMP with the construction manager at risk within the project's budget, and E, award the contract to the selected CMAR for completion at the negotiation GMP, or should an acceptable GMP not be reached, bid the project in accordance with Louisiana Public Bid Law. Louisiana Revised Statute Title 38, Chapter 10, Funding Source Tax Plan. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Michael Gode. 1 second, I'm sorry. G4. Seconded by School Board Member Cliff Lewis. Okay, at this time now, we will go to our board for comment. I see we have Schoolwoman Michael. Go ahead in the queue. You are
Yes, thank you. I didn't have any real comments. I just wanted to make you read all that. So
Listen, that was a lot.
No, the reason I pulled this, I really don't have a problem with the motion at all. I do know that it's a historic high school here in Baton Rouge, and there are some members of the community that I think have a few questions or would like to speak. But I also wanted to emphasize that we amended it last time, and that we will have a review of what the design criteria are prior to starting the design of the actual project. And when I mention design criteria, I mean, what's the number of students it's going to be designed for? What's going to be the programming that's in there? If they're building new buildings, what's the preliminary siting, and all those things. Because I think that kind of stuff needs to come back from the board. And I would propose that we have a public meeting to sit down with the folks in McKinley and walk through that. So that was the purpose of the amendment. It's in here. I have no problem with the motion, but I also want to give the folks in McKinley a chance to be able to come up and speak on the item. Thank you.
Yes, sir. At this time now, I see Dr. Cito Narcisse inside of the queue.
Yeah, we're very excited about this project that's about to come. We also, we've been working with, not only with the school leader, but also the McKinley alumni. We had discussion about ensuring that they're sitting on the planning team for design, and we'll also be asking them to sit with us on every step to have a seat at the table, so we can make sure that the communities are part of the process in every single way, including when we go down the process of choosing doing an RFP as well. So just wanted to make sure that it was our agreement and commitment to do that, and the collaboration. So just want to make sure that the board is aware of that. And we're really excited about each step, and also the school leaders' leadership with their team and in the collaboration of this project.
Thank you. Before we go to the public, I'd like to call down good brother Webb. Principal Webb, come on down. Come on down. This young man right here has been a part of this system for quite some time. After we got Estroma High School back, he was fundamental in helping to turn that school around, went on a mentorship, did some amazing work, and now he is over the oldest, I'm sorry, Bel Air too. He broke his bones in Bel Air. But what I will say is now he is over the historic McKinley High School. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Board President, Madam, Board members, Superintendent. We are really excited. This has been a long time coming for McKinley Senior High School to have an opportunity to have a look. Because at the end of the day, I promise you, we're going to educate our kids. We're going to do that. But it also is important for our kids to come to a site that they are proud of, that our community is proud of. My entire dad's family graduated from McKinley, going back to my grandmother that finished in 1926. My entire mother's family graduated from Capitol. So I don't know how they connected, but my grandmother allowed it.
Nothing but love.
Nothing but love. So, but we are truly excited for the opportunity to give our McKinley Senior High School community, because it's definitely a community for our kids, for our parents, for everyone that graduated and participates in the greatness of McKinley Senior High School. So with that being said, we are ready for the challenge. We want it to be great. And as I have shared, that I want it to look like no other school in our state. It should be totally innovative, and it should be amazing. I want you all to be able to come down and say, what school is this? And it will be McKinley Senior High School. So again, we welcome the challenge, and we are excited, and we're jumping in feet first. Our alumni are really excited. They are truly excited what's going on, and I'm going to tell you, I'll tell anybody, I have the hardest working team in any school, and I claim that. So again, we're truly excited. We will continue to do great things for McKinley Senior High School, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Madam Vice President, you are now in the queue.
Thank you. First of all, I just have to give all props to Mr. Webb. He was one of the first principals that I worked for, and I absolutely loved my experience at Bel Air High School, so thank you so much. But also, I just wanted to bring some historical, and my superintendent is going to understand the inside joke, the historical context of McKinley High School. And when I think about it, you all, there has been quite a bit of research to show that the first high school to receive African American students in Baton Rouge was McKinley High School. And I think that that makes it a strong pillar in our community, and whatever it is that they need to continue to soar and to serve as that historical pillar of our community, that we need to do it. So I am just super excited. I'm super excited about the work, and I know that the best is yet to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next in the queue. All right. I'll enter the queue this time now. I'll be really quick. I just take you back to 2018. Tax plan came up. A lot of people thought that, there was some crazy people going around the community fighting to try to stop schools from being built. That was never the case. Never the case at all. What we were advocating was that we have equitable funding across the board for schools that have historically not received it. Inside of that fight, you found Glen Oaks High alumni, you found McKinley High alumni, you found Capitol High alumni, and we all stood together on the ground saying that we want equitable funding, going to every single community meeting, making sure our voices were heard. And from that, Glen Oaks High School got rebuilt. McKinley High School is about to be rebuilt. And Capitol High School, guess what? We got something for you too. So I just want you all to know. Scotlandville not that far behind. So I want you all to know something. They often say it doesn't take a whole lot of people, but it takes enough people to make enough noise, and you can do some incredible work, and you can change a whole lot around this community. So my hat goes off to you guys. Congratulations, McKinley. Right? Let's see if we have any cards for this item. G4. Yes, we do. Ms. Hagar Anderson, you have the floor. Followed by Mr. Dale Flowers. Is Mr. Flowers in the building? Reverend Flowers? Tell him I said, go ahead and get out of here now. I'm just playing good, Pastor. You know I love you. Blue Panther.
Good evening, Superintendent, Mr. President, school board members, and all of the audience here that are watching us, both televised and live. First of all, I want to tell you guys thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to work with all of you and the previous boards. Y'all have no idea how hard we have worked with you guys. A lot of people don't know that. But I appreciate all of your time, your efforts, and considerations. Our time has finally come. And we are excited about that, and we can't wait to push the new McKinley Senior High School forward. We are excited about our rebuild, excited about getting those equitable resources that you guys spoke about. You talk about how things change, and Mr. Lewis talked about putting the right resources in the right places, and I appreciate that because that is our concern. That has always been our concern, and we want McKinley Senior High School to continue to progress and move forward and soar above all the rest because, of course, we want to be above all the rest. One concern that we do have is, like Mr. Lena said earlier, that sometimes things happen, unexpected things, and we want to make sure that there are things put in place if any event that things should happen. We know that McKinley was allocated $35 million in the 2018 tax plan, and we are appreciative of that. Of course, we wanted a little more. No matter what you give us, everybody's going to want a little extra piece. However, we do know that in the rebuild of some other local high schools here, mainly Baton Rouge High and the former Lee High, now Liberty High, they ran into some issues during construction where they had to do some change orders and increase their amount of construction that they needed in order to complete their projects. In this particular agenda item, you're asking for an RFQ for construction manager at risk, which means that they have to stay within the budgeted amount that is allotted to them. And our concern is if anything should happen when you go to build on the old bones of McKinley Senior High School, should something happen outside of that scope of work unexpectedly, what would then happen to our construction? That's my question.
Thank you. Well, we can't answer questions from the floor. However, I will take the question from the floor. Ms. Judith, are you in the building? She can answer that.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. To answer your question, anytime there, especially with a renovation, anytime there are some unforeseen conditions, and with any project, regardless of unforeseen, there is a contingency. And so as a part of that project budget, there are some safeguards in there for protections with unforeseen conditions or whatever may come up. So there are some protections in that.
And if I could add, Ms. Anderson, because we went through something similar with Baton Rouge Vision Performing Arts, where we had to go back to the Oversight Committee and ask for some additional dollars with the dollars that were essentially, they were leftover dollars from previous projects, and we were able to allocate those to go towards that. So we can definitely make sure that we notate that. And if we have anything like that, Ms. Anderson, please bring it to our attention so we can address it. Okay, thank you. All right, next we have Pastor Dale Flowers. He a Raiders fan, y'all, don't worry about it. You know I love you, Pastor.
Yeah, you know, when you seen one Black Panther, you seen them all.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
But the blue ones are extraordinary. To our superintendent, my good friend, President, Madam VP, my school board member, Lewis, McKinley School Board member. I'm going to wind up speaking to everybody personally. So let me just say, this is my first time talking to you guys as a whole. So thank you for giving yourselves for service to our community and to our schools. You've heard our VP, Ms. Anderson, speak. I want to begin by reading from an article. It states, McKinley Senior High School was also included as a bronze medal winner, ranking it in the top 1,925 public high schools, the top 10% out of 21,000 evaluated. That was in 2008. McKinley was a top 10 school in the nation. Yes. But what has happened in the last 15 years? Where we are now not even top 10 in our city. It is decisions made by prior boards, not you guys, but prior boards made decisions that have negatively impacted McKinley Senior High School. And we are hopeful that you guys won't follow that pattern. McKinley was the only high school that had gifted and talented. A prior board said, oh, we're going to put that at Woodlawn, taking those students away from McKinley High School. McKinley competed with Baton Rouge High School for students. A prior board said, we're going to build a new Baton Rouge High, and we're going to add capacity so they can take even more students in, taking students from McKinley High School. A prior board said, we're going to build Liberty High School, and those students that were going to McKinley are now going to go to Liberty High School. A prior board also said, we're going to add sports to Liberty High School. Because even though McKinley was competing, those students that said, I want to play football or basketball, so I'm not going to Baton Rouge High, I'm going to McKinley, wound up at Liberty High. That's what prior boards did. And that has affected us. As far as programming, we're going to work on the program and get the best program in there. What we need is a building that stands out. We need a building where parents bring their children. I'm going to go visit Baton Rouge High, Liberty High, and McKinley. And I'm going to say, man, McKinley has a great program, but that building, I can't. But I'll take them to Lehigh or Liberty High, and I'll take them to Baton Rouge High. McKinley is a school like Baton Rouge High and Liberty High that takes diamonds, but the difference is McKinley when the diamonds begin to tarnish a little bit, we'll keep them at our school. Those other schools will say, no, you got to go. McKinley takes diamonds. They also take rocks, like me. I came there as a rock, and they put me under pressure and polished me. And I left as a rock. You know, I left as a rock. A polished rock, but still a rock. But McKinley makes diamonds. Please help us make sure that we have a building that will attract students and will compete with any school, not just in this city, but anywhere. McKinley is still the best high school in this state. Make no doubt about that. But what we need is to improve our academic programming and our building. Please help us do that. With a building from the ground up. Woodlawn received the building from the ground up. Baton Rouge High received the building from the ground up. Lehigh received the building from the ground up. We don't want a ninth grade academy and a patch here and a patch there. We want a building from the ground up.
We hear you, pal.
You have the power to do that. I'm done.
Don't patch it.
Thank you, Black
match
County.
it.
There you go. There you go.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Don't patch it, match it. Next up, we have Miss Renee Smith.
3 minutes. Well, I just would like to thank you, school board, thank all you members, and like he said, don't patch it, match it. McKinley has so much history, and from the history, I feel it deserves that. We're one of the oldest schools in Louisiana, first black school, you know, top black. We was fortunate enough to have the president come there in 2014, but we have so much history, and we have historical value there. So we don't want it patched, we want it matched. Not just matched, but better, because we deserve that. I'm class of 1981. We go back to 1962, my family, class of 1963, class of 65, class of 67, class of 72, class of 80, class of 81, class of 83, class of 84, class of 85, class of 87, and my son was class of 2005. My grandchildren will be in the new building that y'all will be building because it will be better than Baton Rouge High. It will be better than Liberty High. And my grandson will be in the class of 2033 in the new building. So give us what McKinley deserves. Not only give us what McKinley deserves, give us what Baton Rouge deserves, but most of all, give us what Louisiana deserves. So when we say 2 bits, 4 bits, 6 bits a dollar, we want all of you to holler for our new school.
All right, Hickory Street. Y'all on the clock.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
I just wondered how McKinley was able to graduate this lady in 1981 when she was only 12 years old.
Hey, watch out now. Miss Renee, watch out now. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote. I thought we did already. I'm sorry. If we didn't go back to the board, we'll go back to the board now. See no names inside of the queue. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
This young lady's been sitting here since 4 o'clock today.
Mhm.
I don't think she realized she had to fill out a card. But she
Okay.
please.
Absolutely, man. Make your way to the mic.
She beat me here today.
I'm sorry, Coach. Look, thank you, Coach. I appreciate that.
She told all the years of her sister and brothers.
Mhm.
But my mom came out in 45. All of her kids.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
McKinley, Sharon Terrence.
Miss, okay. Go ahead, Miss Sharon.
She finished in 45. All of her kids went to McKinley. Her grandchildren all went there except one. And her great-grandchildren, the last one graduated from there last year. That you don't know, you said about McKinley, but do you know people, New Rose, had to come to Baton Rouge to go to McKinley? They had to come to Opelousas, from Opelousas to come to McKinley. So you know we got strong blood into McKinley.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one school that you can do whatever you want to do, but you're not going to mess with McKinley. So I hope the board takes all this under consideration. That school that you first said you was going to tear out, don't let it be nothing else. That needs to be the senior high school. All of that. The school is too small, and don't turn it around, because it's not going to face the lake. If you think you do that, you watch those people who you don't think know nothing in South Baton Rouge, they going to all be down there. So let that blue and white go through your blood right now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Y'all see what happened when you let McKinley in the building? They get the cutting up. I blame Pastor Dale Flowers. Always starting some stuff. No, thank y'all, Big Blue. We love y'all. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along, next we have we now have item G5, Professional Service Contract, Everyday Labs, Incorporated. Consideration of a request to A, accept DOE ESSER 3 incentive, I'm sorry. All right, it should be 5. That's all right. Listen, you could do no wrong tonight, Mr. Ballou. You could do no wrong. Oh, I forgot. Look, you got to get him back. That's okay. Consideration of a request to A, accept LDOE ESSER 3 incentive allocation of $982,804,000. B, approve a professional service contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Everyday Labs Incorporated in the amount of $369,000 to support student attendance through its evidence-based approach to absence intervention. And C, authorize the district to serve as the fiscal agent to distribute additional ESSER funds to identify school districts. Sorry, there was no funding source on this one. Well, the funding source would be LDOE, I'm sorry, because this would be a pass-through. Can I get a motion? Moved by you, Coach? All right. Moved by School Board Member Lewis, seconded by Madam Vice President Powell Lewis. Okay, at this time now, let's go to the queue. Coach Lewis, you are in the queue.
The question or the concern I have about this is $369,000, and I realize that we're just a pass-through, okay? But are we going to be, what's the plan? Are we going to take these dollars and combine them with other dollars we're using in different programs to address truancy and that type of thing? I mean, it's $369,000. We've already got money that we're spending on truancy and different things like that. Oh, here, why am I talking to y'all?
Go ahead, go.
Also, Dr. Beth Ann, Mr. Smith, you come up as well, because I think Coach's question is not just about the dollars, but also the programming that's going to happen. Because there's a whole
how it's going to mesh with everything else we're doing.
Tears and tears.
So I can speak to the budget. So this is ESSER 3 incentive, and this is a collaboration of the school districts that you see before you. The money is, the $369,000 is for our school district.
Right.
And it's a part of an initiative for truancy. And the funding will be managed through the district, through our office.
Now, we already have truancy dollars out there already, correct?
Yeah, yes, we have truancy, and Tirza Smith can talk about that, but this is a collective strategy that we're doing in partnership with LDO. And Tirza, you want to talk about what we currently have and how this is going to be in addition to the work that we're doing?
Okay, and I would like to ask Mr. Greg Fowler to come up as well, just to give you a quick overview of what Everyday Labs will do to support us with truancy. We do have a truancy collaboration where we have a group of individuals that are working together. Truancy takes a village. CWA cannot do it alone, so we need as much help as we can get to combat truancy and chronic absenteeism. Now, operationally with CWA, we have threshold responses that we conduct in order to address truancy. Of course, we're trying to be preventative and to provide everything that we can to find out what the barriers are to regular school attendance and try to mitigate those through resource options. We have truancy workshops that are pretrial diversion in a sense because we're trying to work with parents before we route them to court. We have truancy court that is for elementary and middle students, and then we have juvenile court that is for high school students, where we try to go through the truancy and attendance protocols to prevent that last effort in sending them to court. But in doing that, we have at 3 unexcused days, the law requires that a notification goes out by the principal. However, CWA does send out something. And when we're talking about truancy, let me just give you what the definition is. 5 unexcused days or 5 unexcused tardies. So when you think about that, 5 unexcused tardies or 5 unexcused days, it can be massive. And so that's what we're dealing with, not only here in EBR, but as I talk to my counterparts, it's across the district, it's across the state, and across the nation where we're dealing with truancy. So Everyday Labs will be a great support. We have dedicated attendance clerks who are doing the work of some of the threshold responses that are at 3 unexcused absences, 5 unexcused absences where you are by law considered truant, and letters and robocalls have to go out. We're also combining that with doing home visit requests, trying to find out what the barriers are, resource options, all in an effort to be preventative prior to a court referral, which also is generated through our office, through our supervisors of child welfare and attendance. So what Everyday Labs can do is provide a lift for our attendance clerks so that we can focus more on the work of truancy and what is going on with the students and identifying quicker than what we can do at this point.
So the dollars will be used to help what we're already doing.
No, it will enhance what we're already doing.
Enhance, help, say,
Because, and then I can, well, let me explain. As far as right now, we have attendance clerks who are doing the work of sending out 3-day letters and 5-day letters, and they have to make phone calls to all of these students. When you have attendance clerks that are doing other duties, and they're also following up on teachers who are taking attendance, they're also monitoring and putting into the J Campus system those that excuses and medical excuses that are coming in, parent knows, making sure the health care plans are in and monitoring all of that. When we remove that from them, I mean, it's just a massive effort when you think about truancy with 5 unexcused absences or 5 unexcused tardies. The amount that they have to do, yes. So that piece will be relieved from them with the Everyday Labs
So Everyday Labs will just enhance what we're doing.
It will enhance and add to what we're doing, which is a great need. And I tell you again, truancy, yes.
If I could just give an example for Coach. So Coach, for example, we give out letters to families when they become 3 or one of these dates push. So Everyday Labs, because they've worked in this place for a long time, they know how to help us write the letters to make sure that we're getting families better letters, or they do push cards out to families with our attendance clerks to be able to get kids to respond so they don't get caught up into the court system before they come back. And that's kind of like one example of many things that they do.
I just want to know they're going to help. It's going to help. Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to make a mountain out of a molehill. I mean, I just want to know they're going to help.
Yes,
okay,
they
that's
will
all
help.
I need to know. I'm fine. I'm good. Because I did it. I did all those duties you talked about. I had to do all those duties on top of my everyday job as well.
So you are aware.
I understand. I just want to make sure that the money we're using can enhance.
Most definitely.
Attendance. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll enter the queue really quick myself. I'm not speaking for Coach, but I do understand his sentiment and where he's coming from. And simply put, we don't have enough money to go into truancy. because we can't expect our SROs to go out and do that. They've tried to do that. But what we talked about last time when I brought up the question of who's going to go to those homes, because a lot of those kids are so transient that they're bouncing from home to home, and a lot of them don't even live with their guardians. They live with family members and friends. So I understand how difficult it is. Anything that can enhance truancy across the board for our district is a great thing. Yes. Because we need that help. So my hat goes off to you all. Thank LDOE for giving us those funds. That's nearly $1 million to help with truancy. That is huge. So thank you all. We appreciate the work, and just continue to keep us abreast of everything that's happening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, let's see. Right. Ms. Storm Matthews.
I just want to say that after COVID and the virtual setting, them babies didn't want to come back to school. Like getting them in the building, and then the older they get, the harder it is. I went today was the Hispanic Heritage celebration at Bel Air, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, where are the kids? And she's like, that's the ones that are here today. I'm like, you have 600 and some kids. That is what's here today? There were a couple hundred, and that was it, that were on campus. So these kids don't want to come to school, and it is very difficult. And then even at, your high performing schools where the kids come because their parents, push them and stuff like that, they don't come to school on time. So the 5 tardies, it's every day. You have some kids who do not come to school on time a single day throughout the entire school year. They just can't seem to get up 5 minutes early to make it to school on time. So the attendance clerk, this will be, Coach, you always say you have that list, that running list of everything they put on our plates. This will be something scratched off that list. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other names of cue cards from our public, will now come back to the board. Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell-Lewis, you are in the queue.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to speak to some of the comments that have been made. Number one, I have been watching Miss Tirza Smith, and I kept trying to figure out where did I know her from. So you all, there was a time period when I did not work in the school system, and so of course I went to work for about 8 or 9 o'clock, and I remember Miss Tirza Smith contacting me because my son was late every day for extended amounts of time. And I was like, I know I'm not being contacted by the truancy office, but at the same time I was. And just to share that, there are parents that have extenuating circumstances that deal with truancy issues, but there are also, those of our students who the parents may be going to work early or what have you, and it's causing their kids to kind of decide on their own. And I'm mentioning this because currently working in a school system right now, I've noticed that our attendance clerks cannot keep up with the amount of tardies, with the amount of absences. And then on top of that, this is a national issue where we need everybody on deck to cover classes. So right now, we have attendance clerks that are covering classes when subs can't show. And so I think that any support that we can have from other agencies, that we should consider that. So thank you. And I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, but that's where I remember your face from. SPEMA.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Seeing other names inside of the queue at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along to item G6, contract, Center for High School Success. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Center for High School Success, SCLC, in the amount of $242,309 to provide training, support, and resources. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Mike Gaudet, seconded by School Board Member, Madam Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis. Okay. First in the queue, we have Madam Vice President.
Thank you. I asked for this item to be pulled because I know that in our previous conversation during the Committee of the Whole, there were questions by some of our colleagues who are not here today in regards to whether or not it is ethical for us to enter into this agreement. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Shamlin if you will speak to that. I know that we've done some research since then.
Yes, ma'am. I emailed the board not long after the last meeting, just kind of confirming that checking the ethics code, state law, and our policy that it is ethical for a board member to vote when we're dealing with campaign contributions, which I believe is what was the issue that was raised. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So my statement is this. I know that, we have quite a few interest groups that actually help us in different arenas of our work. And so with that in mind, I know that if we consider possibly this particular item being one that might bring up some moral issues as a result of our connections with interest groups, the question becomes whether or not we're going to revisit all of the items in the past that may reflect a particular interest group support. So I just wanted to put that out there to my colleagues that we want to make sure that we're careful when we make our decisions, because then we might need to go back and look back at some other decisions. And then we just, moving forward, we will think about and process what do we need to do as we ask for support and as we utilize support from our partners that have assisted us in the past and will continue to assist us in the future.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And just really quickly, that was an email that was sent out to all board members. I think it was also sent to you, Mr. Shamlin. I think you wanted to speak towards that, Ms. Stewart. I won't go deep into it. I'll just say that please check your emails. It was sent to us. It was an AG's opinion from an ethics attorney that was submitted to all board members. But I'll let Ms. Stewart speak to that. Ms. Stewart, you are now in the queue.
Yes, and basically that is why I'm in the queue, because upon the last board meeting, that was posed about whether or not the decision to choose companies or, I guess, organizations or persons that make campaign contributions to candidates, persons at the time, whether or not if allowing them to do business with that same organization is ethical. And of course, speaking to what President Lannis was saying, of course, myself, being a law student, wanted to extend my own research as well. And of course, it was identified a particular law office here in Louisiana, offices of R. Grace Sexton was contacted and familiar with doing ethical rulings and works as it relates to the state, was contacted and information was gathered whether or not if us participating in doing business with those organizations was ethical, and it was identified that it was. Nothing was unethical, nor there's no statute or legality against any of that as well. So I just wanted to make that comment and let everyone know that we're not doing anything unethical as it relates to that, because the campaign contributions are, of course, different. And you can speak to that, Attorney Shamlin, as we've spoken about that in the past. So I am happy to say that it is no conflict or unethical stance.
So I'll just reiterate what Ms. Stewart just said. Voting on tonight's item, it is in no way, shape, or form unethical, and it is not a conflict of interest. This has been an opinion by the AG and one of the longest standing ethical conflicts of interest attorneys in the state of Louisiana. So it's been stipulated by our council, iterated by School Board Member Stewart, reiterated by myself. At this time now, let's see if we have any. On this one, there is no cue cards for this item. So we'll come back to our board. Mr. Goday, you are in the queue. All right, he passes. Seeing no other names inside of the queue at this time, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote.
We don't have a cue card for it. Yes, sir, this is the original motion. We didn't change anything.
The motion carries.
Okay, moving right along. We are now on to new business. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving right through this agenda item tonight. All right, new business. Demolition of Glen Oaks Middle School. This is a consideration of a request for the authorization for staff to advertise, accept the low bids, meeting specifications, and to make the award of contract for demolition of Glen Oaks Middle School or reject any and all bids for just cause in accordance with the Louisiana Public Bid Law. Funding source, tax plan. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Lewis, seconded by School Board Member Stewart. Okay, at this time now, Coach, you inside the queue?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
I don't know if I see Mr. Smith out there. I'd like to, is it possible to get some DBE participation in this? Yeah. Have we already chosen someone? Because it doesn't sound like we have.
No, and actually what happens in a process like this, when persons are putting in their bids, we normally have a pre-bid meeting where we talk about the impact, that we want to make sure that we do have participation from women and minority-owned businesses.
Right.
And it's normally at that point, we also make sure that there are persons in the room at the pre-bid business who can provide those services to connect them early. So normally we have a pretty good result with doing that early on, and I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to be successful with this one.
So, but there's a pool of minority, female people, vendors who could possibly do this work.
Correct. Or if not do it all, be a part of a team to do it.
Okay. Maybe we can make one or two, partner them up. All right.
We'll work on it.
All right. Thank you, John.
Hey, we love Coach. All right, next in the queue, we have School Member Mark Ballou.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out as far as our insurance coverage, maybe somebody could comment on that.
Yes, sir. Miss Kelly Lopez, we talked about this the other day. This is for insurance coverage surrounding the building. And as Ms. Lopez makes her way down, I'll just be real quick. I don't know if you all are abreast of everything that's happened with Glen Oaks Middle School, but just recently there was a fire that took place in the early morning about a week ago. And due to that, we found out that there's asbestos inside of the building. And if you know anything about asbestos, whenever you burn it, the particles release. So due to that, we had to basically essentially call for an emergency tear down or demolition to ensure that the community that surrounds that school is not affected by it at all. So I just want to lay the contextual history out of why we're doing this, but go ahead, Ms.
Sure, yes. So as soon as the insurance adjusters and all of the arson and the fire department, everyone has completed their investigation, and the insurance adjuster has gone out and told us whatever we're going to receive, whatever the benefit of the school system, then Mr. Morales would then proceed with hiring the individuals to tear down the school. We have to mitigate the asbestos out of it first, obviously, and then we'd have to tear it down and flatten it. So.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, are there, I've been through there. I know there was some equipment. Is there any equipment that is recoverable from the building?
I have no idea. I have not been out there. That is probably a much better Andrew Davis or Mr. Morales question.
Mr. Randy's coming down. As he makes his way down, I can tell you, no. We walked that entire building. We probably put about $75,000 worth of brand new windows. Every single window was broken out. And this is the parts that were not burned. When we went inside of the gymnasium, one of the things that the fire chief said was we could have sold the wood floor because it was still in relatively good condition. We could have maybe $150,000 from selling that, but someone went in and put fire extinguisher all over the floor, and he said you can't recover it. So just let you know some of the moving parts. But Mr. Mariner, you have the floor.
Yeah. So good afternoon. That site has been vacant for quite a while, and we have been battling vandalism since I've been in the district, and that was part of the reason too why we came to you and said, hey, look, let's tear the entire thing down at this point, just because the amount of time and money and effort that we're putting into it. And like President Lannis said, the best parts of the school that was left is no longer the best parts of the school. And basically it just becomes a safe haven for trespassers at this point.
All right, well, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on something that Mr. Morales talked about when we were out there that morning, I'll be really quick, is that we need to start prioritizing all of our vacant buildings, because this isn't just happening at Glen Oaks. It's happening at Banks Elementary School. It's happening at the Old Children's Charter. Literally went to go walk the school one day, and there was a few homeless people living inside of the school. And we started them and they started us. So, just for safety precautions alone, we just need to be very cognizant about the schools that have been vacant for a long time. And it's time that we act on that. So I'll stop there. So another name inside of the queue. Seeing no cue cards on this item at this time, come back to our board. Seeing no names inside of the queue, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Moving right along. Our next item is item H2, suspension of rules, consideration of a request to suspend the rules to reconsider the approval of the HES contract amendment. Before I call for a motion in a second, I just want to lay out some of the ground rules that both myself and council talked about. Because we are reconsidering this rule before the 60-day timeline, we need 6 votes of the board. So that means that we have 6 people here, so everybody would have to vote in favor just to hear the item. And then we would have to vote on the item, and at that time you would need only 5 votes. So again, we have to do a reconsideration of the item, which would call for 6 votes. And if we get 6 votes, then we could then hear the item to reconsider the contract. Just want to lay that out there. All right, at this time now, can I get a motion?
So move.
Moved by School Board Member Gode, seconded by School Board Member Madam Vice President Carla Powell Lewis. Okay. Again, this is just for reconsideration of the item. We are not on the item yet. School Board Member Gode, you're in the queue.
Yes, I'll be very quick. I would encourage us to reconsider the item so that we can have the presentation, so that we can see everything, that they didn't get to show us last time. And then after the presentation, we can make any motions we'd like to make.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. This time now, seeing on the names inside of the queue, we now go to the public. Seeing no cue cards on this item at this time, we come back to our board. Seeing no names inside of the queue, again, before we go, and I tell Madam Vice President to call for the vote, this is to reconsider the item for HES's contract. This is not the vote on it at this time. It's only to reconsider, and we need 6 votes in order to do so. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. At this time now, we will move on to, again, item H2, HES contract. Unfortunately, I don't have any backup documentation to read. I need a motion to read. 1 second, please. If you all could please bear with me, give me 1 second. You do? Yes, could you please? Okay. 1 second. procedure. Okay. All right, item H2. Consideration of a request for the approval of the contract amendment between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Hess Facilities Management. Can I get a motion? Moved by School Board Member Lewis, seconded by School Board Member Powell Lewis. Okay? Before we go to board comment, let's see, make sure we have it here. Do we have any representatives from Hess at this time? Here? Okay. Okay, good sirs. Thank you for joining us tonight. The floor is now yours to give your presentation on the contract. I just ask that you all be very thorough in your detailed information, letting our board know as well as the public why these considerations are being brought up, what changes are going to be made with these dollars and funding. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. I'm Don Clark with HES Facilities Management, Senior Vice President. I'm a graduate of East Baton Rouge Parish Schools and very proud of what we're doing here. You know, when we consider budget cuts and the what have yous, a lot of times facilities become something that we tend to snip at. We've heard things about Glen Oaks, we've heard McKinley, we've heard all these great schools that I grew up with, I played football against and baseball against, and we want to make sure that they stay great. So when we first came into East Baton Rouge Parish, we won the bid. There were some considerations that took place in the beginning. I was not involved with that. And consequently, there's been some question about what we have been able to do as a company with the monies that we had. What we're doing now, we've asked some money, and I know that many of you have heard from some of our constituents and the folks at my company. There's three things that we want to do. First thing we want to do is our fair share partners, our local business partners. We want to make sure that they are able to pay their folks a fair living wage. People look at the custodians and say, oh, we the lowest form of life on the planet. Well, that's not true. We some of the most important folks in these schools. We've got an awesome responsibility to provide children with the cleanest, safest place they may go today. And so a good portion of that money, a little over $1 million, goes towards our fair share partners, and we are already paying them, by the way. We wanted to make sure that they get paid one way or another. The second thing is we want to have raises for all of our team members. We want to make sure that they too have a living wage. We want to make sure that they are treated with respect and dignity, because a lot of times they don't get that as custodians. And that hurts my heart. And I know Coach Lewis and I talked about this a couple of months ago. And we want to make sure that they are treated with respect and dignity, and so that's where some of that money's going. There was additional square footage that's been added. We want to make sure that that additional square footage gets funded so we can properly take care of these schools. If we don't have buildings for our children to come to and learn, if they fall to the ground, we can't build new buildings, our education system's going to follow. And I know I've heard all day today some beautiful things coming out of this board, and I'm very proud to be part of this system that children come first. And without these buildings here, we can't house, we don't have a place for teachers to come that they can be proud of. If teachers aren't proud to come to their buildings, eventually the students are going to feel the rut from that. And our education system's going to fall. So the money that we're asking for is not going to profit. It's not going to bottom line. It's going to people. It's going to our people. And so if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those questions.
Yes, sir. Ms. Stewart, you are first in the queue.
Good evening.
Hey, Ms. Stewart.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
And so my first question deals with, I know we have the additional square footage, and of course, we had a meeting earlier this week.
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to some explanations. And after that meeting, of course, I still have some questions as it relates to the salary sustainability to keep the employees, which is one thing that we spoke about, to try to retain those workers with a decent salary.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, and I'm not sure, and from my own research, is your payment to the workers, and I'm not sure if it's for the vendors or but the workers, is that based on the square footage and time that those workers actually work and allocate? And what I mean is, we give you guys a certain amount of square footage.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
pay you a certain amount of square footage. Is that how you operate with your workers? Are your workers paid based off of the amount of space that they clean? Because that amount of space is given a proximity of time allocated to it as well, which is how you configure your numbers as far as what you pay for a school?
Understood. We kind of work under one team, one heartbeat.
Okay.
And so the way our salaries are is somebody that's coming in, we want to start people somewhere around $15 an hour. And if they finish up their section, they'd go help somewhere else, or they go help in a cafeteria, they go help clean a lab or a special project. Folks that have skill set like floor techs and what have you, they make a little bit more, and then lead custodians are going to make more than that.
Okay, and I understand that, but after speaking with some vendors, it was kind of broke down differently to me. And what I mean is, as I just indicated, their rate of pay is based off of what they clean, because that square footage has a certain amount of time allocated. So that's how those workers are paid. And so my question is, based off of that stance, and I'm not sure, and that may be based on the vendors, you know, how the vendors pay their workers.
Yes, ma'am.
But that doesn't assure me as a board member that those workers under the vendors are going to get paid the proper, like you say, you want them to start them off at 15. But if it's based off of square footage and the allocation of time, how can I assure that those workers are going to get that pay that you're telling me? Because from what I've researched and found out, some workers now are starting off at like $9 an hour, $11 an hour.
Okay.
And so that $14 an hour, which what I was originally told was the starting pay, is not actually accurate. The most that I've told and researched and found was like $13 and some change as far as starting pay.
Understood. And HES doesn't pay our fair share vendors. Now, what we do is we have a very close partnership with them. And our request to them very strongly is, we would like to see you pay your people a living wage based on this, because this is what the school board is entrusting us with.
But is there some way that we as board members can feel comfortable that when we approve additional funding to go to workers so that they can sustain a livable wage, how is that how can we assert that U.S. has, with the contract that you have with the vendors, get that? That's another. And then another question, I'm sorry. I noticed that you guys added some vendors, or some additional vendors, companies rather, to your list of custodial service providers. Can you tell me or share the process that you use to identify and select those companies? That was something different outside of the fair share? And also, like, was there communication, like, with the community? And the reason why I ask that is because, you know, we get a lot of times that we never know about these. You know, how do we find out? It wasn't advertised. And so I noticed that there were new companies. And so with that, how did you identify those new companies?
The old companies were not performing, and they were from not Louisiana. The new companies, we use our fair share partnership here with EBR. So we don't just go out and solicit for that. We get the recommendations internally.
But I think the new companies, I'm not sure. Mr. Smith, I'm not sure if you're aware of, I'm sorry to kind of, but you work with the fair share. I don't know if you've seen some of the new providers, but are you aware of those providers? Because I didn't think that those new providers were a part of our fair share list. Can you correct me if I'm wrong, or bring some clarity to this?
Well, what I'll have to say is, HES has a process of their own, and they've implemented their process to identify the new companies.
But what I mean is, okay, that process, does that still align with vendors finding out about the actual jobs as far as the communication?
I would have to let
Okay.
them answer that
Okay.
question.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, that's time. But if you have any more questions, you can. No, you're good. You're good.
I don't have no more questions, but I need those questions.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. What I would say is this. So we had 2 vendors that weren't performing to our standard over the period of last year. A decision had to be made immediately for those 2 vendors before school started. That decision was made in July. So we had literally a month to get them out the door and get things started. Hence the reason we decided to make plans the way we did.
How was those vendors chosen? What method did you use? As you say, it was quick. I understand, like, things have to be done, but it wasn't chosen from the fair share. What method did you use to choose those vendors?
Absolutely. So I have vendors that call me on a regular basis, who always want to be, a part of HES, and I do encourage them to use the fair share and make sure they're certified before they come to me. And we've had vendors in the past who have worked with the incumbent who seemed like had really good connections, strong connections within the community, especially the North Baton Rouge area. So that's what we decided to go with, and it's worked out extremely well for us to this point.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. This time now.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry. This time now, I'll enter the queue. Thank you, School Member Stewart. Those are some really good questions. What I'll say is I probably have been the hardest person on HES, because the expectation of when you guys first came in was that you're going to do excellent work. However, over a period of time, some of that work had diminished. And I understand once we had our meetings, and Mr. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
So you were inside of some of the rooms, and I won't even go into it, but it was serious conversations that happened, and basically you all were put on the clock, and it was, this has to change now, and if it does not, then the board is going to go in a different direction. And when you all made those decisions, what I can honestly say is, since that time, are schools where they need to be? No, they're not where they need to be, but you all have done a great job at fixing a lot of the problems and concerns that we did have, because I don't hear half as many complaints or issues as we have before. And in fact, one of my board colleagues, he's not here tonight, but me and him had a conversation about it, Mr. Nathan Russ, and he even admitted that, yeah, man, I must admit, the schools look better.
Amen.
What I will say is, though, the modifications that you all are using. So that was $1 million that was allocated over the course of the budgetary process this summer. And when we asked you guys, how are you going to use the $1 million, you said it'll be a specific pass-through. So you all, it wouldn't go towards your budget, it would go towards the people who are on the ground at night. Since that time, because you haven't received those dollars, have you all put any money into lifting that threshold already for those people to get higher wages? Because my understanding was, at the time before we made this initial investment into our partners on the ground, they were making an average of $8 an hour.
Correct.
So I just want you all to speak towards that.
Yes, sir. We and I've got my notes right here in front of me here, so we get this right. There were 37 new custodians that were added, 37 new custodial positions that were added.
So were you understaffed?
Were we understaffed?
Yes, in terms of adding more custodians. I'm just asking that because you said you added 37 more custodians.
We added 37 more custodians because we needed, through discussions with principals and the what have yous, we used to have this, and they didn't have that anymore. Okay. So we wanted to make sure that they were satisfied with their staffing. 17 of those were night custodians, 14 day custodians, 6 custodial supervisors. With our fair share partners, we have already input that $1.1 million into their hands to give their folks raises and up to a living wage.
Okay. And with the modifications that are being made, is this something that you all just came up with, or was this established inside the original agreement or contract when you first entered into the school system?
No, sir. wanted to make sure we had the funds to make sure that we could actually pay our people. So this was when we started getting into this discussion about an increase. We decided to go ahead and move forward in giving increases to our fair share partners after that.
Okay. And my last question would be in terms of your daytime custodial crew.
Yes, sir.
Because at several of the schools, that's one of the things we did notice, both myself and Coach Lewis, when he walked to some of the schools, was that daytime crew, you had huge campuses, but you only had one custodian. What modifications have been made in order to fix that problem or issue?
Yes, sir. We've got 14 new day custodians, and we've increased their pay. But keep in mind also that we continue each month to survey our principals, and if they're not satisfied with that, now we've got a very, very high, over a 90% participation rate. And right now, the schools are a solid A. We give them the opportunity every month to say, listen, I don't think we got enough people. And then if they don't think we do, then we figure out why.
Okay.
So that 37 is where we're at right now.
Okay. Our threshold for our district is over 50%. Or was 50% DBE participation.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Are you all meeting that right now?
We are meeting that. We are at 50%. I think before we were, we're at 50%.
Okay.
We've always been. Okay.
Gotcha. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Mark Ballou.
Thank you, and I hope I can simplify the amendments, because I've been through the contract. And Council, I may need your help too, but I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, that the increase and the contract is based on a square footage. Is that correct?
That'd be a fair assessment.
And so, other than 3% that is for a cost of living increase because of the cost of labor increase, the rest of the increase is coming from more square footage being covered. Is that correct?
That's a part of it, yes, sir.
So which is already covered under the existing contract. If the square footage increases, then the amount you're paid, you're
Sure.
reimbursed is
Yes, sir.
increased. And so from what I understand, other than 3% increase, the rest of it is covered by an increase in square footage that you're covering. Is that correct? I believe we discussed this. I just wanted to make sure that was correct. And the 3% was to stabilize the workforce because of the cost of labor is going up, and it's hard to find people in just about any industry right now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think I understand where you're going with that, but most of that's going to be.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to confuse. I was trying to simplify. So I may have.
I think we're on the same page.
So
there was an
when you
increase.
look at it, it looks like there's a big increase, but it's really an increase in the square footage that's being.
There was a big increase in square footage, and then of course the pay for all the team members.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blue.
All right, thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member, Vice President, Ms. Carla Powell Lewis.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is about I know you mentioned that there would be an increase of 37
Yes, ma'am.
positions. And my question is about which school sites would receive the additional support, if you all could speak to that.
Be glad to. Scotlandville High School, Glen Oaks
You
High
won
School.
my heart already, but I'm going to let you keep going.
All right. McKinley High School, Estruma, Woodlawn, Claiborne. Those are just your day custodians. Night custodians, we're going to get some more at Scotlandville, Glen Oaks High School, Capitol High School, Woodlawn High School, Claiborne, and Melrose. And then our working supervisors, Brookstown Middle, Parkell, Glen Oaks, Dufresne. Yes, what I said, man. I'm from Baton Rouge. What are you going to do? Southeast and Capitol. And those are where the increase.
Thank you so much. Majority of those schools are schools that I've gotten a chance to witnessed some of the lack of cleanliness in the past. And so there is definitely a need for more custodians there. And then, of course, I've heard your sentiments from many of the community members who have mentioned that you all did not want to see your custodians have to come and stage a sick out the way that the many other workers for our district have done in the last few months. And so I thank you for bringing, number one, the information that you promised to share. That's the first part. Also, I will reiterate the sentiments of Mr. Lannis as well, that of course at the beginning of the year, I was one of the ones that as I visited schools, I took pictures, of the most gross situations that I had ever seen before in my life. And in some of those sites, I had actually worked in the past and had never seen the lack of cleanliness that existed at that time. And honestly, I know that Mr. Lannis mentioned Mr. Russ. I will also say that I had a conversation with Mr. Martin as well. And in the last few months, we haven't heard anything. So that's a good sign. And then also the idea of the fact that we would be able to meet their needs. I do agree with my colleague, Ms. Stewart, as well. We have to find a way, though, to secure and to ensure that these workers will actually receive the pay that they've been promised. So if there's some way that you could either speak to that or bring that back to us, I'm saying it for the record and on the mic, so that way we can make sure that we have this and that we do this right.
Roger that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
Thank all you guys up there. You look sharp and
Thanks, Coach.
ready to go. But what's the cost per square footage of, say, a Melrose as opposed to Capitol Elementary? Same.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the difference in pay for your daytime workers and your nighttime workers? Use those same schools as an example, because one's smaller, one's larger. So if I'm a night porter at Melrose, I'm done with Melrose in a couple hours.
Sure.
But if I'm down the street at Capitol Elementary, it may take me 4 or 5 hours. And so, I mean, and kind of heading back to what Shoshone was saying, is that night porter that's cleaning Melrose going to make less than the night porter that's cleaning Capitol Elementary?
The answer to that is no.
No, sir.
No,
So
sir.
they're going to make the same amount of money, even though one may be working 5 hours and one may only be working 2.5 hours.
Well, they're going to be working, Coach. They're going to be working.
Right.
So the staffing, the way the staffing levels
Right.
are comprised, job slotting, if you will, that's how we get the proper number of team members in each school. And the reason we do that is pretty simple. If somebody's sitting around not doing anything and somebody over here working their behind off, even within the same school, it really gets into the morale of the team. And so we want to make sure that each one of our schools has the right number of people. We don't want too many. We certainly don't want too few. And so that's how we control that. But everybody deserves a living wage, no matter how big or small their school is.
So again, your daytime porters make what an hour?
Daytime will be 14? Well, $15 an hour.
$15 an hour for day porters.
Yep.
Every day porter? If I just come in, I get a job with you guys on Tuesday, and I go to work on Wednesday, I'm making $15 an hour.
$15.
$15 an hour.
$15, yes, sir.
Okay.
Because our competition is McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts down the road.
Night porter. So your hourly wages aren't scaffolded up. I mean, if a guy comes in, starts off at $11 an hour, he's not scaffolded up. He just walks right in making $14 an hour.
That's right.
Now, cafeterias.
Yes, sir.
You guys aren't responsible for cleaning the cafeterias, correct? cafeterias are cleaned by our personnel that work for us. Am I correct? So,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
okay, so your square footage that you're being paid to clean that school does not include the cafeteria?
So, we're working with the district to try to understand if that's included. I don't think it is, but I can't necessarily go right now to give you a definitive answer. We just had that conversation yesterday with the district.
Because if that is the case, then that's going to reduce some of the square footage, correct? Well, I mean, let's say it may reduce the square footage you're cleaning by a couple hundred square feet. I'm just asking. You dead? Okay. But I mean, if a school's 1,500 square feet and the cafeteria is 500 square feet, seems like to me you only should be getting paid to clean 1,000 square feet. I know, but I'm just saying some schools have large cafeterias, some schools have small cafeterias.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Grass cutting. Outside maintenance.
Yes, sir.
A school like BRV, the Alphabet School.
BRCVP.
The Alphabet School just moved over to Kenilworth.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of grass. How much are you paid to cut grass outside? What's the pay for outside? Because you do charge by the square footage of that, right?
That's charged by the acreage.
By the acreage. How much is an acre?
That we have to get to.
Whatever RCI charges.
Yes. we have one contractor for all the sites for grounds.
One contractor for 82 schools?
For 82 sites.
How did we end up with one contractor for 82 schools?
Coach, that was also the contractor during the previous.
For Airmark?
Yes, sir.
Well, they left town. I mean,
No, what I mean is that it's a local company that's well vested in being able to handle that type of workload.
so you said they can handle the workload?
Absolutely.
That's why
They can.
we brought them back.
So we initially started out with a small vendor company that hired local vendors, and it did not work at the beginning of last school year. We got ate up, so to speak. So what we did is switch to RCI, and we haven't had those problems since.
Okay. This is an addendum. The original contract that Hess bid for EBR was, what was that dollar amount?
Wasn't involved in the beginning, Coach Lewis.
Was that, 24, 25, 26 million? What was that? Mike?
22.3 was the original bid price.
How much was it?
22.3 million.
22, and you guys, so you guys took a reduction,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
and that reduction, that reduced your contract down to what amount?
20.3 million.
20 point, but what was the original contract? That, not what you signed, but what was, before you were asked to take the reduction by EBR? Because from what I understand from being on the Zoom call, we had to make cuts, so you guys decided to take a cut. Am I right, Mr. Shamler?
Well, to clarify,
Yeah,
and I don't want to get into negotiations because there were a lot of negotiations back and forth. There was a bid amount that was submitted by Hess.
Right.
As we do in all situations, we negotiated the contract. Some of that negotiation had to do with making sure we had accurate square footage and acreage. So some of those numbers were adjusted based on what was in the bid versus what we actually had. So our properties changed over time.
Right.
So some of that reduction had to do with changes in acreage square footage for accuracy, but then also some of it was negotiation. So to be accurate, that's exactly kind of what happened.
I may not be stating it in lawyer terms.
That's all right.
But,
Coach, you have one more question, and we're down to we over by almost 3 minutes. You good? Go ahead.
Let me say this.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My primary concern is that the people who go to work in these schools earn a livable wage, because they've got families, they've got children, they've got bills, they've got car notes, they've got house notes, and The working class poor is for real.
Yes, sir.
And I can find out, Shoshone, if they getting paid what they supposed to get paid, because all I got to do is walk up on the campus and ask them. So if you tell me they're making $14 an hour, I'm not going to walk up on somebody and tell me they're making $10.75. The working class poor is for real. I have no problem with people making money, but I want the people that's doing the work to get paid a livable wage.
Couldn't agree more, Coach.
No doubt.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coach. Eloquently put. This time now, we will come to the general public. First up, we have Ms. Storm Matthews. And I'm sorry, Ms. Matthews, I found your card.
You messed with me, man. It's okay. Tonight's a weird night. It must be a full moon or something because I actually agree with everything. It's okay. I'm sure next month there'll be something I can yell at you about, Cito, so we can make up for it, right? All right. So ATS, I first want to say that Mr. Patrick Ficklin and Dominique Coleman are amazing. Okay. No matter what school I call them about or what problem I call them about, as soon as I call them, they are at the site, they get it done. Okay. Now, you know, my school may not be cleaned at night, but the second that I call them, they are on the site. Within 3 days of me finding out about that hole at Bel Air, I got them on the spot. Baby, it's gonna be done by the end of next week. We're gonna have that fixed. They take care of business as soon as I get them on the spot. They do a wonderful job. And I just really appreciate them, how dedicated they are to the work. The subcontractors, you know, I think once they get a livable wage, maybe they will be more apt to do a better job and to clean more thoroughly. And maybe that will help. But we are getting what we paid for. I think several of you hinted to that. What we were paying for with Aramark, we were paying a lot more money and we had a lot more services. So when we cut that contract, we took a big hit in what we were getting. And so it felt like, oh, HES ain't doing nothing. Well, that's not really the case. We were getting what we paid for in the contract. So it took us some learning curve to understand what it was that we were getting. And so we had to make some changes and we had to do a couple of different things, but we were getting what we were paying for. So if you didn't read that contract, you didn't understand that it was a different contract than what we had with Aramark. Teachers especially, were expecting the exact same thing of what we had with Aramark, but we didn't have the exact same contract. So, you know, I just want to say that, you know, they are doing a great job. And I think, again, if we give them the livable wage, we might see some improvement with the subcontractors. And, you know, while we adding day people, Sherwood could use a second day person. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Next, we have Mr. T. Pugh. Mr. T. Pugh? Coach Pugh? Okay. He didn't wish to speak, but he said, what are the numbers as dollars amount for HES compared to what Aramark was provided? What I can tell you is that Aramark had, they came in, well, they left on the high end. Could you speak to that, Attorney Shamlin, if you don't mind, for a second? If you know that information. If you don't, we could keep moving.
Please ask the question again.
How much was Aramark's contract? My understanding was somewhere around 25 million a year.
I want to say 24 and some. I'm just not certain. I'll have to pull it.
Nah, and I only say that based off this comment card. This ain't my time to speak. I'm so sorry. Look, you're going to get me later. Don't worry about it. Just think about that 24 million. And then you get reduced down to 20 million based off where the last person was at 24. That is a huge amount, a huge chunk of money that is taken away from workers, more specifically your nighttime crews, because that's who need it the most. And I think I'm concurring with what Coach said. The most important thing we care about inside of this community is the people who live here, who give their heart and soul to this district, that they are the ones that are touched and receive those dollars first. And I think that's the reason why we did that during the budget process. So I'll stop there. Mr. Shoney Stewart, seeing no other comment cards, you are now inside of the queue.
Question. Another question. It wasn't quite answered. My question was, how are you guys going to assure us that the vendors that you're working with or the fair share partners are going to have their workers? Or is there some type of assurance? Maybe you can't, but is there some type of assurance that the companies or the vendors that are having the workers that are actually doing the cleaning are going to get that livable wage that you're saying, the 14 and 15, because they're not getting it now?
Am I there? Thank you. We'll ask them real nice, and we'll have them report. I can't go beating up on them, but I can certainly make sure that they understand the importance of what we're doing here, and that this is not a joke. And we'd like to ask them quite nicely to see what they're paying and prove that, and so we can report that to you. Is that fair enough?
Yes, somewhat, but can I ask the Attorney Shamblin, could there be some type of language or contractual agreement for a check to assure that you follow up with those vendors to make sure that happens? And I think we kind of talked about that or something, mentioned something about that. So,
He is in the queue, Ms. Stewart. He's in the queue after you. So does that conclude your question? So I can go to him.
well, I mean, that's what I want to know. So if he can answer that or he can answer that.
Okay, that's fine. So I won't put you in the queue then. I'll just let you answer Ms. Stewart's question, Attorney Shamblin.
Yeah, and I can, yeah. So we talked about this with Hess's representatives back and forth. How do we, we knew the board's concerned about assuring that workers would be paid properly. The challenge for us is we are contracting with Hess, who then subcontracts with additional parties. There's law around what happens if you overstep in terms of managing the contractor of the subcontractees. We could become, but hold on, we could become joint employers, meaning we could become actually responsible in ways we don't expect for the employees of the subcontractees if we exercise too much control or supervision or management of those individuals, right? And so the reason, what we did with Hess was we came up with a statement that we thought we could, best get at making sure that we at least allocated the amounts we needed to those contractees that they would get paid without saying you have to pay X amount specifically. And that was really to protect the board in terms of the joint employer liability. So bottom line is I get your concern, but we have to be cautious from our perspective of overstepping in terms of supervising Hess, who then subcontracts with the third party.
Nobody's answering my question. Because what my question is, well, like you said, you guys have had discussions about that, about a statement, but are they willing to put the statement in the contract with those vendors? That's what I want to know.
Well, I can't speak for Hess
Exactly.
on the contracts with their subcontractors.
Right.
But you all have, I'm sorry, this is not my question. So sorry. That wraps you up?
Yeah, I want that question answered.
Okay, so the floor is open for you all to answer that question, but I will just say in hindsight, there was a letter that you all produced saying how the money was going to be spent specifically. So even on top of that, you will be held to that standard. And we expect that at every time that you all report back to us, we need to be able to see. We don't just want to hear it. We need to be able to see and quantify how the money was spent across the board for those subcontractors at night.
Yes, sir. That's right. And as Coach Lewis pointed out, all you have to do is go ask them. They'll tell you. They'll tell you. So would that be something that we would contractually commit to? We don't have a problem with that. But they're a company under their own. So if we say, hey, you've got to pay them $15 an hour, $17 an hour, whatever it happens to be, whatever we're paying them, they're still a private company. So HES is more than willing to do what it takes, but within the law.
Okay. Ms. Stewart, you, okay. All right, with that being said, we have went to the board, public comment, back to the board. Attorney Shamblin, you are in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to be brief. I wanted to make sure that we, words matter. I wanted to make sure we were accurate. Several times tonight, I've heard people from the board and from the audience say that we cut a contract, we cut the contract amount. I want to remind everyone, the board challenged the staff to issue an RFP with a reason, to hopefully become more efficient, save money, deliver the same amount of services, but also save money in the long run, right? So we issued the RFP when Aramark was here with the intent of doing just that. So our jobs were to negotiate a contract that best served the board, the district, in terms of service, in terms of how much we spent. We didn't cut the amount we were going to pay. We negotiated that amount based on what the parties thought was fair for everyone at the time. Okay, so I want to make sure that's clear, because I've heard that said over the last week that we cut a contract. We never cut a contract amount. We named the amount, we negotiated it, we all signed a piece of paper saying, here's what we can live with, and here we are today reconsidering that, which is fine. But I want to make sure that that's understood by the board and also the vendors and the audience.
Yes, and I'll just reiterate, because that is a fact of law. You cannot have an unfair advantage whenever you go into contractual agreements. The normal process is you give an offer. That offer can either be accepted or rescinded, or it can be countered. And that's the normal process. And I'm sure we got to a process where it was countering back and forth until we got to a place where both sides, or both parties rather, felt comfortable. So I just want to reiterate that. All right, Coach Lewis, you're in the queue.
Just a quick excuse me. Just a quick ask. If at some point during this venture, if you find that you have a subcontractor not operating in the spirit of the deal, replace him. Replace him. That's all.
Show coach, you got 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. I ain't gonna start you, coach. You know I love you. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Whoa. Oh, it's picking the old one up. The motion carries.
Thank you. All right, we are now down to our last votable item of the night, which is item H3, student expulsion. This is an appeal hearing for a student expulsion. At this time now, we'll ask the guardian as well as the attorney to come up.
And Ms. Lance, I could read some basic rules into
Absolutely.
the record, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
And this comes directly from the board-approved Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. In this case, the parent or student shall have the right to determine if their expulsion will be held in public or private session. We'll ask that question shortly. Only one person will argue for each side. No testimony will be taken, nor will new information be presented. Each side will be allowed 10 minutes, but not more than 15, which will include questions to argue the case. Members of the school board may ask questions of either side during the presentation or following the presentation as the school board chooses. Questions should be focused on clarifying the facts or procedural rules, but not new testimony or new information. After the arguments of both sides, the school board will deliberate in private if executive session is requested, but openly if an open session is requested. And following deliberation, the school board will vote.
Yes, sir. So at this time now, before we begin, is it appropriate or proper for me to ask whether or not the party would like to enter into executive session?
It's appropriate for you to ask that question.
Okay. So I ask the parties now, would you like to enter into executive session so that this could be deliberated in private, or would you like to have a public meeting in front of the public as well as the board?
Executive session, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. At this time now, the party is asked to go into executive session. Yes, sir. If there's no other questions, I'm sorry.
We need to entertain a vote.
Yes, sir.
A motion and a second, and a vote to approve executive session. That vote requires 2/3 of the attending members, which I believe is 4?
6 of us, so we would need 4, yeah. Okay, so, all right, at this time now, do we have a motion to enter into executive session to address the issue at hand? All right, we have Mr. Shoney Stewart, followed by School Board Member Mark Ballou. 1 second. Okay, at this time, I'll come to our board for any comments. Seeing none at this time, I go to the general public. This, again, is only to discuss executive session. Are the board going into executive session with the party at hand? Okay, we'll now come back to our board. Okay, before I call for the vote, I'll reiterate what council said. We need to vote on the item. Not only vote on the item, we need a 2/3 vote of the current quorum that we have here tonight, which is 6. So we need 4 votes in order to move forward with executive session. Madam Secretary, please call for, I'm sorry, 1 second.
Just a quick point of order. I just want to make sure, is executive session the proper terminology? Is it, okay, I just wanted.
Yes, sir. It
Okay.
is.
Thank you, School Board Member Ballou. Okay, see. Yes, sir, we're voting on it right now. Yes, sir, we're going to vote on it to go into, because they elected to go into private rather than have the hearing heard in public. Okay, at this time now, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
No, we're going to go in the back. Okay. This time now, we're going to take a recess to enter into executive session. As soon as we conclude, we'll immediately come back out and let them know our decision. Party, you can come to the back. Yes, ma'am. I'm not. I'm the, look, I ain't the one you gotta tell it to. Okay. What?
Point of order.
Right. Okay, we now call this meeting back into order. Before we go into our item, I'll just say that both parties displayed really good arguments on this particular case, which made our board deliberate and make some decision on this particular item. So at this time now, I'll call for a motion. Is there a motion on the floor?
I'll move that we affirm the ruling of the hearing officer.
Okay, so the ruling on the floor right now is that we affirm the ruling of the hearing officer. Is there a second? Seconded by Coach Lewis. 1 second, give me a second. Okay. We'll go to our board for any public comment. I'm sorry. For comment or concern, there are no names in the queue. We will now go, I'm sorry, go ahead, Miss Vice President Paul Lewis. Right, my mind is.
Okay. So I just wanted to, number one, reiterate the statements of our board president that both parties presented their cases very, very clearly. And then I just want to remind us in our community that we are living in a time period where we have to ensure that all students are safe. And I'm going to leave my statement at that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and I'll be really quick. I'll just say whatever decision is made tonight, this will not be the end of the world. And there are programs that will immediately get him back on track, regardless of whatever happens tonight. And I would like to discuss that with the family if that is possible, but I won't hold this decision up any longer. At this time now, seeing no other names inside of the queue, the motion on the floor is to affirm the,
You need public
I'm sorry,
comment.
I thought we did. I apologize. Is there any public comment on the item? Yes, ma'am. If you need to, you can get your comment card afterwards. You can come up and speak now.
Varita Lee, grandmother for Javen Lee, and he lives with me. And I want to thank you for taking the time out to listen at this tonight. But I want to say he's a senior. He's on track for graduation. If he had stayed at Madison, he would be graduating next month. But again, he left to come play for Glen Oaks High with Coach Jones because Coach Jones saw potential in Javen. He could have gone on to the higher places, but this whole semester, he didn't get to play football. He became depressed. As a grandmother, I had to watch that. I had to suffer through watching my grandson not do what he loved doing, play football. But he knew he had to keep his academics up to do that. And he did all of that. And I just can't see why. I used to serve on this board, and I did everything I could to make sure I took every option that I could. And I'm a hearing officer for the Baker recently, since last month. And I made sure that I gave a student every opportunity to stay in school. That's what the juvenile justice system does. At EBR Readiness, he began to like it over there, but it's nothing for those children to do. So it's the prisoner pipeline where you're sending those children when you deny them what they love doing. And this student has lost that opportunity to enjoy his senior year. You were a senior once. He's not going to get to go to prom. He's not going to get to go to senior night, senior breakfast, all this, but just to go back and graduate with Glen Oaks. I can't see my grandson continue to suffer like this. So I plead and ask this board to please reverse or modify the decision to put him out that long. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Is there any other public comment on this matter? All right, seeing at this time, we come back to our board. And again, I'd just like to reiterate, this is not the end of the world. Whatever decision is made tonight, there are programs that can get him back on track. Not just get the student back on track, but if he successfully completes the program, before he graduates, he can go back to his home school. And we've talked about that before, Attorney Shamlin. There's been students that have done the same thing, who have been expelled before. So stop there. Coach Lewis, you're in the queue.
I probably owe, if it wasn't for football, I wouldn't be sitting here. But at the same time, it takes an extremely amount of discipline to be an athlete. If Jaden loves football the way he say he does, graduate from high school, go to college, walk on. Just because he didn't get to play football his senior year in high school doesn't mean he won't ever play football again. If you hold a guy on 4th and inches on the goal line and they catch you holding and your running back scores, you know what they're going to do? They're going to take that touchdown off the board. Because as a blocker, I chose to hold him. I got caught. I made the decision to make a foul. It's not the end of the world. If he wants to play football, he can still do that. The most important thing in the world is being able to graduate from high school and get a job or go to college and take care of your family. Football is, if you love it, you love it. I woke up this morning, I'm stumbling around the house looking like I'm drunk. My wife said, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "I had the craziest dream in the world about football last night. I hadn't played a football game since 1985. I hadn't coached since 2005. And I dream about, if I don't dream about football 4 nights a week, I don't sleep. It is so much a part of what makes me breathe every day. But that time has come and gone in my life. And I hate to see it taken from a young man, but you made the choice. If you want to play, you can still play. You can still play if that's what you choose to do.
All right. At this time now, we will turn to Madam Secretary. Please call for the vote. This is a vote to affirm the recommendation to oppose expulsion. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Last item of the night, which is not a votable item, is the organization items, announcement of meetings. Special meeting to be held December 7, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Committee of the Whole to be held on December 7, 2023, immediately following the special meeting in the Central Office Boardroom. Regular meeting to be held December 14, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Seeing as Mr. Gode isn't here tonight, Coach, do us honors. We are adjourned, people. Thank you. Enjoy your night. Please make sure you get home safely.